Good afternoon, everyone. This Tuesday, September 16th, 2025 meeting of the Lake Oswego City Council is now called to order. Ms. Hawkins, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Mayor Buck.
Here.
Councilor Raff.
All right, here.
Councilor Afghan is on Zoom. Councilors Maboop.
Here.
Wendland.
Here.
Verdict. Here. And Corrigan.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, everyone, will you please stand, remove your hats, and join us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, republic for which it stands. Thank you. First item on the agenda is public comment. And if you are here to provide public comment and have not already done so, please fill out white forms back table and hand it to Ms. Hawkins there. But first up, we have our Clackamas County Clerk, Catherine McMullen, here to talk to us about National Voter Registration Day. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine McMullen, and I'm the County Clerk for Clackamas County. I want to thank you, Mayor Joe Buck, and the City Council for allowing me to speak today. Today is the National Voter Registration Day holiday. It's an opportunity for us to celebrate every eligible citizen's right to vote easily and without hassle. I want to invite you as local officials across Oregon and the country as we celebrate National Voter Registration Day. We're encouraging Oregonians to take a few moments today to check their voter registration, to make an impact, and to vote local in this election and the next one. In Oregon, you're eligible to register to vote if you're a resident of Oregon, a citizen of the United States, and at least 16 years old. Once you turn 18, you'll get that first ballot in the mail. So it's always a good idea for people not to maybe instead of getting a car on their 16th birthday, to get that voter registration card. The city of Lake Oswego has 30,741 registered voters across 3 counties, with 93% residing in Clackamas County. Lake Oswego voters make up 8.9% of Clackamas County's 319,600 total registered voters. This holiday was first celebrated in 2012, and it's a nationwide, nonpartisan holiday so that we can encourage our families, our neighbors, our friends to make sure they're prepared to make their voices heard and making a plan to vote. County election officials recommend you take 3 steps. First, check your voter registration status and make sure that information is up to date on the Oregon Secretary of State's website, which is oregonvotes.gov. Second, sign up for Track Your Ballot. That's a service that's available here in Clackamas County, and you can go to Clackamas County Elections to find the link and sign up. You'll receive an alert when we mail you your ballot, another alert when we've received it back, and a final one whenever we verified your signature and accepted your ballot for counting. And finally, make a plan to vote in the next election and every one thereafter, and that plan includes knowing when your ballot's going to come to you in the mail, when and where you're going to vote, and then how you'll be returning your ballot, whether it's through the mail or directly back to an official ballot drop site. County elections officials are a reliable source of trusted and accurate information about elections processes and voter resources. So I invite you to visit Clackamas County Elections website, which is clackamas.us/elections for the most up-to-date information about each election. I did share and welcome Laurel, the new recorder, some materials, including this memo, as well as some National Voter Registration Day stickers to celebrate and a poster. So I want to thank you for your time today, and happy National Voter Registration Day.
Thank you, Clerk McMullen. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. Carol Elkert. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Carol Elkert, the Land Use Liaison for Fan Forest Hills, and I'm speaking briefly today on item 13.1, the Laura North Anchor 5th Addendum to the DDA. Fellow board member Jim Bolland and I have worked together on several versions of North Anchor plans over a long span of years with several developers. Other developers fell away, and with UDP, we've gone the distance, culminating in a unanimous DRC approval of their plans. With Laura continuing to work through the property development side of the equation, I appreciate that written into this fifth addendum is an agreement that involves the city holding money that, though fully refundable, is of a consequential dollar amount such that the interest it will earn over the holding time frame will be of value to the downtown urban renewal district. The estimate our city finance director kindly provided to me was somewhere in the range of $70,000 to $100,000. Fan Forest Hills stays committed to working through the process. We appreciate both staff and the developer for reaching out and including us in the current steps. Good outcome for the city remains our goal, and thank you for your active attention. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Oker. Thank you very much. Is it Young Palmer? Good afternoon.
So I had a slideshow, but I guess
Would you just introduce yourself, please?
my name is Young Palmer. I'm an Oregon resident. Okay, so I had made a slideshow, but I guess we don't do those.
No.
Okay,
Please go ahead.
so I wanted to tell you guys about something for first responders, police officers, firefighters. It's called phototherapy, right? It's a new technology. It's only a couple years old. My friend in Tigard is 84 years old. She doesn't heal at all. Her body doesn't heal. She had a cut on her neck for months. She calls it when she gets a cut, she calls it a sore because it doesn't heal. So I gave her one of these phototherapy devices, and she was healed in 4 weeks. The cut was gone. So she healed like she's in her 30s or 40s. And the reason I wanted to share that is because, dang. All right, so let me show you. So this is a set of patches. I'm not going to open it, but if you want this to give to a volunteer so they can try it, I'll give it to you. Okay, so inside the patch, there's amino acids and sugar, and the way this technology works is exactly like, you know how when you're in the sun and you get UV and it makes your body make vitamin D? So, or you've heard of red light therapy, where like you stand in front of a red light and your body produces collagen. So what this does is it absorbs infrared that your body produces, and it activates what's in the patch, and then that sends out a signal to your nerves, and then your nerves produce a copper peptide called GHKCU. Now, GHKCU is like, you make it when you're young, and then when you hit 27, you start making less and less and less. And that's, GHKCU is what heals you because it produces stem cells. So my friend in Tigard is using these, and she's healing like she's younger than me, like she's my age, basically. Another benefit of GHKCU is it reduces inflammation. And many emotional and mental problems are caused by inflammation in the brain. And so I've given this patch to everybody I know, and they've all noticed improvements in their moods and in their significant others' moods. Reducing inflammation also means alleviating chronic pain. My friend's mother has chronic pain in her knee. She said it reduced the pain by about 30%, which is good. Okay.
Mr. Palmer, I'm so sorry, your time has expired, but we appreciate you coming to share the information.
Okay, is there a way I could share this?
We'll try it out on Councilor Windland. Thank you.
Okay, do you want this?
No?
No? Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you. There are two of you who signed up for public comment, Troy and Layla. Okay, but we'll have you during the public hearing on that. Okay, okay. All right, is there anyone else who would like to provide public comment? Not? Okay. Okay, then We're going to move on to the next item on our agenda, which is a proclamation for Hispanic Heritage Month. The history of Lake Oswego is deeply enriched by the invaluable contributions of the Hispanic and Latino community members here, including immigrants from Mexico and Latin America, whose presence continue to shape and strengthen our city. This year's theme is Collective Heritage, honoring the past, inspiring the future, which reminds us the importance of recognizing the legacies, traditions, and sacrifices of Hispanic and Latino communities while celebrating their resilience and leadership. This theme calls us to honor those who came before us while uplifting future generations to continue shaping a more inclusive and equitable society. We encourage all residents to join us in honoring the histories, achievements, and contributions of Hispanic and Latino individuals, past and present and future, to continue fostering a community where every neighbor is valued, respected, and empowered. And you can find this proclamation as well as all other city proclamations on our website. All right, with that, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. We have 2 items on the consent agenda this afternoon. Resolution 25-39 is a resolution authorizing me to execute a municipal judge employment agreement, and Resolution 25-40 is a resolution authorizing the city manager to sign the franchise agreement extension between the city and Comcast Oregon. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
Move to adopt the consent agenda.
Second, motion's been made by Councilor Corrigan and seconded by Councilor Mboop. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Councilor African, yes. Okay, the motion passes 7-0. And now moving on to council business, item 8.1 is a 2026 pavement rehabilitation project. This is work order 378, and we have our Director of Special Projects, Stefan Brodas, here to talk to us about it. Good afternoon.
The upcoming round of pavement rehabilitation. So the agenda for this afternoon's presentation is fairly brief. I'm going to give a pretty quick reminder about the pavement management program and what we've been up to over the last 8 years or so. I'm going to walk through some of the preliminary results from the pavement condition assessment that's been performed, and then give some insight into next summer's paving. So as a reminder, we executed the 2018 to 2022 pavement management program, and we had quite a bit of success that I'm very proud of. From a key performance indicator metric perspective, we improved our pavement condition index from a 68 to a 75, which was a huge accomplishment. What did that actually mean in the streets, on the road? These are the following performance measures that we had. 58 lane miles were paved, 63 lane miles slurried, almost 300 curb ramps constructed in alignment with our self-evaluation and transition plan, and then 280 stormwater catch basins were also retrofitted with current water quality components to them. What did that mean from a pavement condition index and the trend line where we're going? So obviously with that level of investment, we were able to make quite an improvement in that line. So we went from 68 about 10 years ago to a 69 in the first year of the program. And then by the end of the program, the PCI had increased up to a 75. A few years after the program, we saw a smaller budget, which obviously resulted in less paving. So we went from a typical budget of about $8 million per year during the program, which was quite a budget. And then that was reduced to $3 million total over the last 3 years, so about $1 million a year. So as you can imagine, we paved quite a bit less with that level of funding, but we still managed to have quite a few significant achievements. And we were able to do that by doing cost-effective measures like repairing a single intersection that had failed. Instead of doing a long line paving, we could tactfully identify just single spot failures. We were also able to take some long line segments that were designed previously but were cut maybe due to budget constraints, or the timing was in conflict with like a utility project or a development or something like that. So we were able to take those road segments that were already designed but shelved and then implement them to keep our overhead down. So this is a map of what we accomplished over the last 3 years. You'll notice some dots on there. Those are mostly where we patched spot failures. But there are some notable long line paving in here too. The previous slide had some pictures of Carmen Drive. Another one up here that's not necessarily the longest line, but probably the most impactful of these was when we paved First Street, which was a great accomplishment. And I really want to thank all the people on the team that helped coordinate with the residents and the business owners in that area to get that, pretty important segment of commercial area in town paved with relatively low impact. So moving forward to the next 5 years, which we intend to replicate the program that we did from 2018 to 2022, albeit slightly smaller in scale. We will continue, as a part of this program, our pavement condition assessment on a 3-year cycle, as we've done for the last many years. And then the scope of that program is still to be determined, and it's based on what we find in the analysis, and then based on sequencing these paving efforts along with other projects. You hear me talk about dig once all the time, so this is trying to make sure we're sequencing our utility repair projects and our paving projects in that order, not vice versa, where we're digging up new pavement. So the overall scope of the 5-year program is still somewhat to be determined. Like I said, we do intend to complete that pavement condition assessment, identify pavement condition index goals for the program, as well as continue to emphasize streets with larger volume, our arterials and our collectors, as we've done in the past. So as a reminder, typically we try to catch roads when they are in still relatively decent condition before they get to full failure. This map up here on the screen, I think I've used different versions of it in the past, maybe different illustrations, is all very much the same concept of preventative maintenance is the most cost-effective way to maintain a pavement network, and we do so by doing slurry seal where we can to catch roads before they fail. We do preventative maintenance with rehab on our bigger roads, our arterials and our collectors, in order to keep the thickness of the pavement that we need to put down relatively thin and avoid full-blown reconstruction and other measures that can increase in cost exponentially. So where is our pavement condition index number right now? It has dropped, which was expected. We gave this presentation a few years ago, kind of at the culmination of that 2022 program, and we said the pavement condition will drop. Paving management, pavement rehab is a never-ending job, and we knew that going from the level of investment that we had to a lower level was going to see a reduction in this pavement condition index. I'm actually quite pleased that the assessment from earlier this year found that it only dropped to a 70. We were worried that it could have dropped further given the level of investment over the last 3 years. But another takeaway in here that you don't see just from that one number of 70 is that our arterials and collectors are quite strong. And they themselves are higher than this number, which is brought down by a relatively lower score on our local streets. So that's basically where we're at today. Looking forward to the next couple years, and specifically next summer, what we're looking to do is to start implementing these findings and recommendations from the pavement condition assessment. And what that'll include, of course, is the same 3 things that we've included for many years now, mostly paving, but also the ADA curb ramps, where they're triggered by the Department of Justice, which is everywhere, there's a corner, and also are retrofitting our stormwater catch basins to address structural issues and also to retrofit them with the current stormwater quality components on them. So what I'm seeking for authorization today is to proceed with the design phase for next summer. So previously, this council approved the professional services contract for program management services, and what we're seeking today is to amend that contract that was intentionally set up to be amended basically on an annual basis for every next year of the program. So this amendment is in the amount of about $650,000 and takes that total contract value up to just around $1 million. So that is my presentation today, and be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Director. Could you give us, when you had the map of the most recent paving projects that we did, so how much did this cost?
So total on screen here is just under $3 million, and that wasn't uniform by year. This most recent year, 2025, was to the tune of about 1.5, 1.75, somewhere in that, and the previous 2 years were a little bit smaller than that. But what you see on the screen here, about $3 million worth of work. It's important to note here that some of these are not full width paving. So for example, you see B Avenue up there, and that was kind of the mantra of the last 3 years, was trying to do really tactful paving instead of just full width paving everywhere we went. So B Avenue up here, we did not pave the entire road. In that segment, in the north lane or the westbound lane, there were some failures there, probably due to a utility settlement. And so that south lane, the eastbound lane, was actually in pretty good condition. So we just didn't touch that. We just paved the north lane. So it was a really cost-effective way of getting there.
Yeah, it's expensive to do the paving. I think we all know this, but just as a reminder, I mean, the reason why we could ramp up all that paving in those 2018, 19, 20, 21 was that we bonded on the increase in the gas tax from, House Bill 2017. And so now that when we collect those additional revenues, right, we're paying the debt that we incurred to do all of this at once paving. So I think that's why we can't continue that same level, because to achieve even this level of paying, we spend millions from the general fund that we divert into the street fund to accomplish the work, which is important work, but it would be impossible really without us sacrificing significant other things within the city to continue that higher level. Councilor Windland.
Thanks for the presentation. Couple questions. So do you know the breakdown between paving versus ADA versus curb ramps versus?
I don't know the exact percentage offhand, but I would say in the years of the program, so 2018 to 2022, it was probably somewhere between 20 and 30% were curb ramps. The stormwater structures were probably somewhere between 5 and 10%, with paving being the rest. In the last 3 years, one of the ways that we leveraged the money was the curb ramps were not triggered very often, either by doing patching in, let's say, an intersection that failed, the patching doesn't quite trigger a curb ramp, or by doing a road that doesn't have sidewalks, by paving a road that doesn't have sidewalks, I should say, there's no ramps to build. On the screen up here, there's not as many curb ramps per lane mile as we did during the program. So the cost over the last 3 years were relatively low for those secondary categories, we'll call them. But I would say when we're doing our full width paving, the curb ramps are very much a significant cost to that, and probably somewhere between 20 and 30%.
Okay. And then, so the other part is the stormwater part. Is that paid out of a different fund than paving?
It is, yeah. So our stormwater improvements are paid out of the stormwater fund, and we pay the corresponding invoice, itemized invoice accordingly.
Okay. So it's not, so kind of when we're talking about the 3 million, it's, the stormwater was included in that 3 million?
It would have been for any of those catch basins that were included, those would be paid from the stormwater fund.
Okay. So really, we're paying less than 3 million in paving?
Over the last 3 years, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So weren't we allocating 3 million a year for paving?
You send $3 million a year of the general fund into the street fund, but it goes for a combination of the paving projects and other capital projects in the street fund. So for example, the Lakeview Boulevard project isn't considered one of these paving projects, but it will result in some pretty nice new pavement when you're done.
Okay. But, okay, and then, so that the contract that we want to sign, that's to get us the starting point of what we need to do with, you say, with the $24 million over the next 4 years.
Right. So there's an existing contract in place to the tune of about $350,000. And the scope of that is for them to perform the pavement assessment. So they go through every street and analyze the level of defect to identify a score for every street we own. And then from there, they start developing a package of work basically for each of the 5 years. What this specific amendment is seeking today is to take the package for next summer and to convert that essentially into engineered design plans. So this amendment is seeking approval for the engineering work that needs to get done in order to pave next year.
And next year will be 4 million?
Plus or minus,
Okay.
yes.
So I think there's some missing parts in your presentation to tie things together. It sounds almost like we're paying $650,000 to do $1 million worth of work based on what our budget has been. But it's really for future work, which is more funded at $4 million a year, roughly.
Yes.
And that's coming from where, that 4 million?
Well, it's coming from the street fund, so the revenues in the street fund are made up of state gas tax, registration fee, county registration fees, and the general fund distribution, and also your street fee. So you have a variety of sources of funds in there.
Okay, and will this, you think the 24 million will take us back from 70, back up to 75 or 76 in the index? Because I think if you go to the slide that shows the red, green, blue, that one behind it, there, that one, I mean, we're not even in the satisfactory, we're barely in the satisfactory area, right? And we're getting into the fair. And then for those who don't, I mean, you explained it, but exponentially, if we get down into fair or poor, it's going to cost us a fortune, the money that we'll never have to get us back up to satisfactory. So I'm just trying to find out with this contract, we will have a better idea of where the 24 million will take us in the index.
We will, and of course, the actual PCI is going to depend on which streets end up being selected for inclusion in this project. It'll also depend on what other streets get paved as a result of other projects like Lakeview Boulevard that the city manager mentioned, what streets get paved as a part of development efforts and their frontage improvements. So it's hard to say exactly 5 years where that will be, but with this level of investment, it should definitely be able to increase, whether that's a 73, 75. We'll need to see until the report is finalized. But my guess is it'll be within that range of bringing it somewhere close to where it was a few years ago.
Okay.
That number, that overall number.
Great, thank you.
Nature's speed bumps, right? Counselor Booth.
All speed bumps. One giant speed bump.
20 is plenty. So 70 is plenty. Okay, so thank you really for all you do, not only this, but other news that we have that you're doing a wonderful work on many projects you have. Thank you, Stephen. But Like, I'm honestly talking on behalf of a gentleman who came here a couple months ago about Blue Heron Road. And, I was touched by his, like.
So that's a funded project in your CIP. It's not part of this.
Okay, no, no, because when I saw this, what that person talked about it was very seriously damaged road. And I was just saying where we are at on that. If it's funded, thank you. That was my question. The rest, yeah. No, oh, yeah, but it's because, that gentleman I wanted. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Wu. Counselor Raff.
No, that was not my question, but
What was?
what you said.
Okay, so you see.
Thanks, Counselor Wendland. You touched on one of the questions I had. I was going to well, 600 grand for $1 million worth of work, it doesn't make sense, but thanks for clearing that up. Not necessarily for you, more of something for all of us to consider. I've said this once or twice before, being on the council for a little over 4 years, and that is, I truly believe that one of the most important things we do as a council is pave roads. We're really not that important as politicians or council members. If we can, people look at us, and if their road in front of their house gets paved, or, it significantly improves livability here. And as minor as it may be, it's just paving roads. It's very impactful for people. And so can you go back to the slide with just the number of projects from 23 to 25? When I look at this and I see this cost $3 million over 3 years, I understand the economics, Joe. I'm not arguing about what we had or didn't have to do it. But if I'm a lay person from the community looking at this, and I'm saying in 3 years, this is all you did, I think that's a hard thing for us to come back and say, no, we're doing the right things. We're doing the right things. So, because I don't think people understand what happens behind the scenes with the economics of paving roads and bonding and things like that. So, one, I would just be make sure we can always support the things we're doing around paving and making sure people understand that we have a long-term plan and it's something that we should always focus on. Paving roads is very, very important. And so will come back around a little bit in the sense that we should always be focusing on doing the simple things right in our city. And to me, one of the simplest things is making people's roads smooth and easy and livable and drivable. And so for me, as a counselor who's a little bit more on the fiscal conservative side, when I see us spend money on things that I don't feel are maybe the most where I would spend money, I like to make sure that we're always focusing on things like this. So I'm going to go back to the 20 is plenty thing, and I'm not going to badger that one to death, but spending 200 grand on signs when, 200 grand over the course of $1 million when, that's, 20% of paving roads, that's significant in the sense if we're only spending $1 million a year. So I just want us to always be thinking as we have a lot of projects to do. We have to prioritize, I get it. But I would just urge us all, as we're thinking about all the little things we want to do and the nice things versus the must-haves, let's really always try to focus on paving roads. We make jokes about, how certain ex-counselors really love it and the PCI this, and I get it, I laugh about it too, but it really does impact people in a really impactful way. And I just want us to constantly make sure we're making the right financial choices when we're spending money on things. So
yeah, it is one of the biggest things. It is one of the biggest things that we put a discretionary amount of money into, to be fair. I mean, we don't have to put that money into the street fund, and we invest a significant amount. It's just so expensive to pave the roads. But I agree, it's a very important thing. And it remains high on as the community wants more investments in pedestrian infrastructure, they do maintain a high level of desire to have the roads paved as well. So,
and I think it's also to our defense, I should add this earlier, I don't think people understand enough about our dig once policy. So paving roads is not just digging it up and throwing some concrete and asphalt down. We pull all the power down, put it underground to keep things safe during storms and things like that. So it is more complicated than people understand. Right. When we do, as a city and an engineering department, we are very mindful of when we do dig things up, we finish it the right way so it is, it lasts a while. So
good comments. Thank you, Councilor Raff. Councilor Corrigan.
Yeah, I just have a quick question. Thinking about the the streets where we get the most traffic are arterials and our collectors. You said it was a higher number. My question is, how much higher, do you happen to know?
I don't have the number on hand, but our arterials and collectors are going to be a couple points higher than this because our locals are a couple points lower than this number of 70 here, and that's where we get the resultant 70. So our arterials collectors quite strong, and we intend to continue that emphasis here in the next few years, but we will, I should say, reserve some percent of this for the local roads because a lot of those are the ones that are quite low, and some percent has to be allocated to the locals or else they'll never get done, right? So that's what we're trying, a focus on the bigger volume roads with some percent still allocated towards the locals.
Sounds great, thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Corrigan. Councilor Afghan.
Question is for the director. I need the summary of what you answered question for Councilor Wedland. So this contract is $650,000, which I understood. I understand the scope of work. There was about 300-some thousand previously, so it's about $1 million for the design services. What is the total construction budget that we're talking about? I heard $3 million a year, and then I heard $24 million for the scope, and I can't connect the numbers.
So in here, I mentioned the program budget is $24 million per the CIP, but with flexibility built in. And what I mean by that is in our 6 years in the CIP, the first two, as you know, the first 2 years are committed in the budget, with the other 4 years being shown as funded but not yet budgeted, right? So we would come back in 2 years from now and do an updated CIP, at which point the intent of this was to be flexible so that if that number changed, we could absorb that within the program. The other reason why this is flexible is, to Councilor Winland's question earlier about where the funding comes from, is some of the improvements within this program will be from the Stormwater Fund. So there's $24 million programmed into the budget from the Street Fund, and with the intent of spending some amount of money on this program from the Stormwater Fund to retrofit the catch basins. Additionally, there is a line item in the capital improvement plan for ADA curb ramp retrofits to the tune of about $750,000 a year. So this program can pull from that line item as well in order to pay for those improvements. So the actual budget of the program is in the CIP for $24 million, but it's somewhat scope dependent on what we need to do, and can be less than that, or we could even, technically the program could be a little bit more than that, depending on using those other line items, either the stormwater line item or the curb ramp line item. And that's why we intend to bring back this item basically twice every year, once to get the design contract amended, like we're doing here today, but then again, probably in the spring when we go to approve the construction contract, essentially. So that will be probably in March or April of 2026. I'll be here again to get the procurement for the construction of the upcoming pavement approved.
That answered my question. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Afghan. All right, would someone like to make a motion to adopt the amendment to the professional services contract?
I'll move to authorize the city manager to amend the professional services contract with Concert North America, Inc. in the amount of $650,369 for professional engineering services for the 2026 pavement rehabilitation project, work order 378.
Second.
That motion was made by Councilor Wendland and seconded by Councilor Verdict. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Director Broadus.
You all, appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, next up, we have a legislative update from Ms. Thiesing and Director Numanalu. Good afternoon.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mayor, City Council, for having us this afternoon. I'm Madison Thiesing. I'm the Deputy City Manager, and I am being joined by Community Director Mahalo for today's presentation. I wasn't sure if I was introducing you first. So we're going to go over the legislative session that concluded back in June. One thing to note, we are going to do a high-level recap. It's not going to be comprehensive of every single bill that will relate to city operations, but the ones that we talked about the most, and then a deeper dive into those related to housing, given that has been an attention, and then it will tee up also for the conversation that follows as well for your next presentation. So we'll just dive in. I think what we're going to end up doing is the presentation in total, but if you do have questions along the way, we can pause, but the intention was that we would run through it first and then go back if there's questions, if that's okay with everyone. Okay, perfect. So to recap what we're going to talk about today, we're going to do a session overview. We're going to do a bill recap about the city priorities, those that were related to housing, which will be a deeper dive by Director Numanalu, and then we'll talk about the transportation package, what we ended session with, but then also what we're moving into the special session with. And that will touch on next steps as well as then a look ahead for the 2026 short session, which is wild to think we're already talking about that. So what we thought was going to be the focus for 2025 was we knew housing and homeless services would be a top priority for the governor, but also just from the continuation of the last few years. Climate change, climate impact, we thought that would be a theme as well. Budget, every long session they have to adopt their budget. We knew that would be a priority. Transportation was teed up to be the front theme, if you will. They had done their roadshow through recess as well as past conversations. We knew the deficit that ODOT was facing that was going to be a top priority. And then the question mark is things can happen throughout session that we don't always expect, but then also the federal government uncertainty of what was going to happen with bill changes, budgets, things like that. So that was what we thought we were getting into session with. What we ended up seeing was roughly 3,500 bills. Those came pretty fast with housing. One of the things I know I touched on early on our presentations was housing was a top priority for a governor. Those moved really, really quickly at the beginning of session, and then we kind of stalled out. We thought we were going to see the transportation bill a lot sooner. We didn't see it till the final weeks. That obviously stalled out. We will talk about that. There was not a lot of movement for programs and rebates and funding for some of the climate action goals that we have and that we've been trying to advance. Transportation related to safety for e-bikes also didn't move forward. So there was a lot of things that from the offset of what conversations we were having internally with our lobbyist groups, and then also what we were hearing from electeds was ended up not actually coming to fruition at the end. What that means is really there's a lot of unanswered needs when it comes to the budget, but then also what are the priorities for the state moving forward. And so with that, we still have question marks for sure. So as a recap for what our priorities were as we went into session was we adopt our priorities, which are set into principles, which are the goals that we have no matter short or long session. They don't change based off of what are the current themes. So that is to preserve home rule authority, so our local decision-making authority, avoid unfunded mandates, and then leverage regional and state partnerships. So again, we don't do this work alone. And so again, as many times as we can work with others. And then for session, for the long sessions, we adopt a priority area. So going into this session, our priorities as a organization and then what our lobby efforts were towards was the comprehensive transportation funding package, restoring of recreational immunity, a pause on additional housing policies and regulations, and then lastly, a comprehensive funding for essential infrastructure projects. This really was teed up with the need of if we're going to be increasing housing and density to the rate that we are, there's a high need throughout the state for infrastructure funding related to streets, water, sewer for these expansions. So that's where that had come from. This was approved by council at the beginning of session. So that is what guided our efforts throughout the time. So these bills were all ones that we had talked about throughout session through the presentations, but I just wanted to highlight where they ended up falling between passed and failed. Again, these are not comprehensive of everything. The League of Oregon Cities will provide a in-depth report of all bills that impact city operations, which has not been released yet, but as soon as that is shared, I will. But this is a highlight of those that we had talked about along the way. So what was passed was recreational immunity, restoring recreational immunity, which was a huge win. That was one that we had talked with our representatives throughout, as well as obviously us being able to keep our trails and green spaces and walkways open is extremely important. SB 916 was the striking workers that was passed, which was expanding unemployment benefits for striking employees beyond 2 weeks, including public officials, or excuse me, public staff. So the public sector being the schools, the cities, counties, et cetera. So I'm just going to go down each one so that everyone hears the recap, or excuse me, the summary. So the tax oral nicotine, that's the ZIN patches, but that's direct funding for wildfires and wildfire prevention programs. We don't know exactly what that means for how much of money would we be getting for that, or if those will be grant programs, but we at least have a dedicated funding source for wildfire and wildfire prevention programs. Senate Bill 5550 was the Habitat Fix bill, which I know that it's a weird way to phrase it, but we had received funding last year as a direct appropriation for $1.7 million for Habitat for Humanity for the Boones Ferry Road project. They were not going to be able to use the entire 1.7 for that project specifically. We made it as a technical fix to a budget line item that said they could use that on another site just a few miles north of us. So I just checked in with them. They're going to be able to use that full amount of money for both of those projects, both being multifamily housing, so townhomes. Also what was passed, House Bill 2573, that is the grant funding for our most recent senior paramedic outreach program that had a sunset, which now was expanded for another couple more years. Again, a wonderful opportunity as we've been able to receive funding for that. House Bill 3031, Housing Infrastructure Project Fund, that is a direct funding that's a fund for infrastructure for housing expansion and affordability projects. That one is new. That was a governor's also priorities to have direct or dedicated funding. Past where I'm going to just put an asterisk on it is the housing bills. That's what we're going to cover more in depth, so that those weren't not spelled out here. Those that had failed that we had been watching, there was a whole host of transit lodging taxing bills. Those evolved over time. I think there was six at the end of the day. Those all failed. That will be something that comes back most likely for next session. Climate-related rebates, it was one thing that we were watching and advocating for, was to have more options for if people wanted to opt into programs that were related to gas-powered lawn equipment, or if they had home energy rebates, having just more resources at the state, but also easier ways to navigate that system. Right now, you have to know which agencies to be reaching out to. So those failed. E-bike safety regulations, this was a priority for Representative Nguyen that we also had helped with. That failed. SB 1186, it just didn't vote out of committee. And that was to have safety regulations so e-bikes weren't on sidewalks. And then also there was some related to age and requirements for licensing and things like that. Senate Bill 1186, PD drones, that was expanding our ability to use drones. We actually had some of our police department advocate as well as testify for that. And that also failed. And then lastly, at the very end, as you all know, in the final days, the transportation package just never had a vote. So I wrote failed, but that's probably not the correct phrasing. It just never came to fruition. This, again, just a recap of things that we had talked through the last few months and where they landed. We will be providing a full report once that is out. Correct, so I'll cover that as well.
Oh, so it's still going on, the transportation.
Yes, so
Yeah.
I'll cover, we will dive into what that looks like today, but the one that was in the last, the official session.
Yeah.
And so, as we shared, we were hoping to take a deeper dive into the housing bill specifically, and those are Senate Bill 974, the Engineering Review Shot Clock, House Bill 2658, which is limits on frontage improvements, House Bill 2258, Oregon Home Code, and then lastly, House Bill 2138, which was the governor's bill for the middle housing allowances. And I'm going to hand it over, and we're going to go through these fairly quickly, but wanted to give time and attention to them.
Thanks, Madison. I am going to be giving a summary of these 4 bills and talk about how we're going to address them in our processes or other code work. As you know, I think this is good timing because Planning Manager Olson was at your last study session and talked about the current work that we're doing with our housing production strategy and other state mandates. So this will we'll be able to talk about how this work that we need to do will tie into that. I am going to, there's a couple of caveats that I just want to point out here before I get started. I am providing an overview of what I think are the most pertinent parts of the bill. House Bill 2138 alone is 49 pages long, so I'm definitely not going to go over the every aspect of the bill or every detail of the bill. But I think you'll get a sense of the kinds of things that we're going to have to address over the next couple of years. I also want to let you know that there's probably going to be questions I can't answer because these bills are complex and there's some things that I've asked DLCD, the Department of Land Conservation and Development Commission, that they can't even answer yet at this point. There's also a lot of rulemaking that still needs to be done, so there's still a lot of unknowns, unfortunately. But I'll certainly do my best if you have questions to answer them. So let's start right with Senate Bill 974. And this bill has 3 parts that I want to talk about. The first is what I call an engineering shot clock provision in the bill. And this is obviously most pertinent to our engineering department because it requires staff to approve engineering plans for residential development applications within a specific time frame. Right now, there is no, or not right now, actually, it is already effective. It became, or it will be effective, excuse me, in 10 days. But currently, we don't have any specific timeline for engineering plan reviews, so these would be things like public improvement plans. If you had like a subdivision or a new multifamily project where they had to do frontage improvements, we have public plan reviews. The new requirement is there's a 30-day completeness review. Once it's deemed complete, staff will have 120 days to issue a final decision, which is approval. If they don't meet that deadline, there is a provision that allows staff and an applicant to, if they mutually agree, to extend the deadline up to 245 days total. There is a penalty if we don't meet the deadline, if the applicant files a writ of mandamus, then we could, and the judge fines for the applicant, then we could be on the hook for refunding their plan review fees, covering some of their design review fees, and potentially their attorney fees. So there are some consequences. But like I said, there at least is some flexibility for us to work with the applicants on extending the deadlines. The second part is it reclassifies certain applications as what a new classification, what they're calling urban housing applications. And really the only thing that I could find that this affects is that it doesn't allow us to require a public hearing for these types of applications for the initial decision. If it gets appealed, then it could go to public hearing, but the initial decision has to be a staff level decision. And the 3 affected application types are rezonings, where the zone density is increased, plan unit development applications, or what we call plan development applications, and then various applications, all only applies to residential development. For us, there really is only, it only affects the plan development and upzoning applications. Those are, right now, are things that we do take to a public hearing. So we would no longer be able to apply a public hearing for those two applications. So that's really the only change that's going to affect us. The implementation deadline is July 1st, 2026. We can, if we need to make some code changes, which is possible, we may be able to. We haven't fully looked at the code to see if we need to make code changes. That is something we could handle as part of our annual CDC amendments. If we aren't able to get that done before the deadline of July 1st, 2026, then we can just apply the state code directly. So there's no huge implications if we can't get the code changes through before that deadline. And then the last part of this bill is it doesn't really have, I think, a huge impact in Lake Oswego, because what it does is it prohibits local governments from applying design standards to residential development that involve 20 units or more, but it specifically excludes multifamily development, because that's usually the type of development in the city where we would see more than 20 units. We aren't getting, 30-lot subdivisions here anymore. That we typically do 4 or 5-lot subdivisions, minor partitions, that type of thing. So, but the design standards are things like building facade materials, architectural details, porches, landscaping requirements. It basically doesn't allow local governments to apply those kinds of standards if it's 20 units or more, again, not applicable to multifamily buildings. I don't see this as being a big issue in Lake Oswego, just because we don't typically see these kinds of developments, or if we do, it's multifamily, which are excluded. The implementation deadline is in 10 days. But this does have a sunset of January 1st, 2033. So even if we did have a code provision that needed to be modified, I recommend we don't, because of the sunset that's happening in 2033. We can just apply this directly if and when it would come up, which I would expect would not be very often.
Director Namanlu, so the rezone is is a legislative decision that we, like in a comp plan amendment and stuff. So I don't, how would that work?
That's a great question. I don't know. At this point, that our code specifically does require a public hearing for that.
Multiple public hearings.
Yeah. And so the initial decision, that's a great question. We are expecting more detailed guidance from DLCD next month. So we expect these and many other questions that we have to be answered in their more detailed guidance coming up. But I don't know the answer at this point.
I guess staff could always just deny everything and then push it to the hearing, so.
What, on the first one, what happens if they put in engineering plans that are not correct or something? I mean, are we still under the clock?
We have a 30-day completeness review period, so our engineering staff will have to make sure that when we receive an application that we review it for completeness and make sure it has everything that we need. And then once we call it complete, that's when it starts that 120-day clock.
Well, and we could always deny the permit.
Correct.
Oh, okay, so we can still deny. Okay.
But that would be super inefficient. I mean, if we denied, the applicant's not going to want that, because if we deny it, they have to reapply and start over, which is why they've built in that flexibility.
But that's
to be
why the
able to-
applicants are going to give us plans that we can approve, is because denial is not a good path.
No, I was just looking at if somebody, was doing a do-it-yourself engineering thing, and they weren't an engineer, and they put them in, and they're bad plans, and you say, well, no, the load is not calculated correctly.
Right.
You need to we can't calculate the load, but you do, and then they keep turning in the wrong answer. I mean, so then eventually we can just say, we're going to deny your application? Yeah. Okay, good.
Good question.
Mayor, to circle back to your question, I agree with the director's answer that there are lots of practical problems that we'll have to address, that DLCD will have to address. But to address your specific question about how in the world could we have a comp plan and say, oh, but we're not going to have a public hearing, the answer is, right, we would say, we're having a public hearing about the comp plan, but this particular element is, you can talk about it, you can testify about it all you want, but it's not going to be part of the record of your decision-making. You see what I mean? Yeah. It's just
Don't get hung up.
Don't get hung up on it. We'll figure it out, but I'm validating for you. It's absurd, yes, but it's a process that we can work through as we
Yeah, I
do with our
see.
other land use
Okay.
things, where sometimes people testify about a lot of things
Sure.
that you're not allowed to take into account.
I see. Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to HB 2658. This establishes limits on frontage improvements that local governments can require specifically for renovations or alterations to existing buildings. It would not apply to new buildings. It wouldn't apply to existing buildings where they're putting additions on or changes in occupancy to those buildings. And basically, we wouldn't be able to require frontage improvements. However, the bill does still allow local governments to apply conditions for right-of-way dedication, to collect SDCs, or if you had a local improvement district fees that applied, or if there were ADA-specific requirements that were required for the renovations, then the local government could also require this. Again, this is more of an engineering department provision that they'll need to keep in mind when we require frontage improvements for projects, but the implementation deadline is not until 2031. I don't know why it's such a long implementation deadline, but we have plenty of time to address it before now and then. But again, I don't see that this is going to be a huge issue, because generally when an applicant is doing renovations to a building, if they're not increasing traffic or having other additional impacts, it would be hard for us to require frontage improvements anyway. So I don't see this as being a huge impact.
Is this all building types, commercial and residential?
No, this would, my understanding is, I think it's just for residential.
Oh, okay. And is there anything that precludes the collection of fee in lieu for the public improvements as part of this or any other bill?
Well, we couldn't require public improvements, so we wouldn't be able to do fee in lieu, but so I think that could be an issue if.
In the same context?
Right.
Was there
Because a fee in
separate-
lieu would be the same as exacting public improvements. You're just getting the
Exactly.
fee instead of the actual improvements.
But was there any other bill passed that preempts our ability to exact public improvements?
There was under HB 2138, but they, oh gosh, I might be conflating that with the traffic impact study that was required. Let me get back to you on that.
Okay.
It's, again, lots of bills here,
Yeah.
and I don't want to come up with the wrong answer. So I'll look into that when after Madison continues her presentation. HB 2258, this was called the Oregon Homes Bill, and there's two parts of it that we need to pay attention to. The first is that it added what's called a permit-ready plans program to the Oregon Building Codes Division program. So this specifically affects our building permit review, and it essentially has quote-unquote permit-ready plans that can go straight to the inspection process. So basically, there's these pre-approved plans for the state, and this is for all different kinds of housing types, whether it's single-family, ADU, middle housing, that if they submit it to our building department, it goes straight to inspection. There is no plan review whatsoever. Now, the caveat to that is they can't modify those approved plans. So if there are any modifications that are made to those pre-approved plans, then they have to go through our regular plan review process. One of the big questions that I had was, okay, so we have these permit-ready plans. Our Oregon building codes already had some of these in place. We've never seen any applied in Lake Oswego. Now, if they come in, we're going to have to process them. But my question is, does it preempt our land use regulations? And the answer, at least right now, is no. This bill did not say that it specifically preempted our land use regulations that I could find. So even though they don't have to go through the plan review process, we will still make sure it complies with our setbacks, our height regulations, et cetera. But again, they can't modify these pre-approved plans without going through the whole process again. The second part of the bill gets at what they're calling streamlining development review or certain types of land decisions for single-family, middle housing, and what they're calling 6 to 12 unit multi-unit housing on lots that meet certain criteria. And the whole point of it is to make a more expedited process for local land use review if certain eligibility criteria are met. So for instance, it has to be on a site that's zoned residential use. The lot has to be at least 1,500 square feet in size, but not more than 20,000 square feet. It can't be covered by slopes averaging more than 15%. It doesn't apply to lots that have sensitive lands. It doesn't apply to vacant lots or open spaces. There's a maximum size of housing. It can't be more than 2,200 square feet in size. And it goes on and on. I'm not going to go through all of the eligibility criteria, but the idea is if you can meet all of these criteria, you're going to get this more expedited land use process. I don't know what that means yet because this bill just directs the LCDC, Land Conservation and Development Commission, to do rulemaking by January 1st, 2027. And that rulemaking in the bill says it needs to address the approval procedures that this will go through, any allowable variances, what design standards could be applied, and even specific tree protection. So for instance, one of the eligibility criteria might be that if it involves the removal of a tree over 20 inches in diameter, for instance, then they couldn't qualify under the streamlined process. So lots of questions here. I don't know how this is going to shake out. I don't even know yet when the city will have to comply with this. We're going to have to see once the rulemaking is complete what the requirements of the city will be and what the deadline will be. But this is coming up in 2 years. All right, so the remainder of my presentation will be talking about HB 2138. This is the densest bill that I'm going to be covering. There are different implementation deadlines, and it was even just hard to figure that out. Just being able to sort that out has been a great relief because it was quite confusing. So I have several slides here, and each of them have a little bit different implementation deadline. So this first part, I'm going to be covering some changes into like definitions of middle housing and cottage clusters and some other provisions. These all have an implementation deadline of January 1st, 2027, but they specifically call out that the provisions that relate to cottage clusters have to be implemented by January 1st, 2028. So we get another year for cottage clusters. Again, I'm not exactly certain why, but the DLCD will need to clearly define which of the cottage clusters standards or which of the standards will have the additional year to implement. So starting with the first bullet point, what this does is it allows middle housing, and that includes, just a refresher, duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, townhomes, and cottage clusters are all middle housing. They would, when this becomes effective, be allowed to be either attached or detached. Cottage clusters have a special provision that will say they can be attached, but you can't have more than 4 units attached in one configuration. So if you have 8 cottage clusters, you would have to break them up into 2 4-unit buildings. They also changed the definition of cottage clusters so that they're no longer going to have a minimum square or a maximum, square foot of 900 square feet. They are going to change it to, quote, a small footprint or floor area, which is completely undefined.
Is that clear and objective?
No. The LCD is supposed to do rulemaking to define what small footprint or floor area means, but at this point, we don't know. Does it give us more flexibility? I don't know because here's the other problem that I specifically asked DLCD about this. So DLCD has until, I believe, January 1st, 2027 to complete their rulemaking, but the city is supposed to implement this by January 1st, 2027. So my specific question to DLCD at their last open house was, how are we supposed to implement this when you may not even have your rulemaking done until we're supposed to implement it? And their question was, that's a good question, I don't know. So there's more to come on this, but I don't know what small footprint or floor area means. They could come up with very specific sizes. They could say that we can't require a minimum. They could say that we can't require a maximum. We don't know what's going to come out of it.
But does it solve the problem of the one?
Well, I think the implications, because I know that you've heard testimony from First Edition Forest Hills requesting that we have a minimum footprint size. I would say that given all this uncertainty, I wouldn't recommend that the council take that on because we may have to change the code later on. We're already going to have to do that because we don't allow attached cottage clusters or triplexes or duplexes right now, so we're already going to have to change our code. What this signals to me is that any code changes that we do, we need to be very careful. When we do our annual code updates, which we need to keep doing every year because there's always things that we find with our codes that need to be addressed, we need to focus on things that are not potentially going to conflict with these provisions going forward because we know things are going to be changing. It's not very efficient for us to change a code and then have to come back and change it again in 6 months or a year. So that would be my recommendation, is that we don't take on those types of code changes until we know what is coming from the rulemaking. Okay, next. This is what I was talking about for traffic impact analyses are allowed for projects that are less than 12 townhomes or cottages. This doesn't have a huge impact on us because right now we already have a provision when traffic impact analyses are triggered, and for these smaller projects, they're currently not triggered anyway. So we don't see a huge impact in Lake Oswego on our ability to require traffic impact analyses.
But on commercial buildings, for example, and like you want to build and they, so only for townhomes.
Only if you have.
Or on middle housing, no commercial.
Right, this doesn't
That's
apply to
only-
commercial.
okay, yeah.
It's only for housing. Yeah. Middle housing, yes. The next provision, this is actually can be pretty consequential, so I really want to highlight this one. This one allows, oh no, actually, that's the bonus units. Well, this other one is actually, I think, a good addition, in my opinion, in terms of sustainability and preserving existing, more affordable housing. They're going to change the regulations so that middle housing is allowed on a lot that currently has either a single-family dwelling in an ADU, or a duplex. So a lot of times what people are coming in is they come in, they raise the lot, and then they'll do their middle housing project. This will allow them to keep those existing dwellings and then put middle housing, say, in the back of the lot. And it doesn't require the existing home to comply with current regulations. So if it's non-conforming to setbacks or some other provisions, it can remain in place. Of course, the new units that go on there will have to comply with our setbacks, height, and other restrictions. It also allows that lot to have a middle housing land division to separate the existing dwelling from the new middle housing units. And then the last one here on bonus units. What this requires is that the city has to allow additional units on lots that already, I'm getting mixed up here, I'm so sorry. Bonus units are allowed if the applicant provides an ADA accessible unit, and there's a specific provision for that in our building code and what those minimum requirements are, or an affordable unit that's affordable at 120% of area median income. And this applies to triplexes, duplexes, and cottage clusters. So if you have a triplex and you provide one unit that is either ADA accessible or affordable, you get a bonus unit. So whereas the code may have only said you could have a triplex, you could now have a quadplex. You automatically get that bonus unit. For quadplexes, townhomes, and cottage clusters, we have to allow 2 bonus units. So if you have a quadplex and you provide one ADA accessible unit or one affordable unit, you get 2 additional units. So instead of a 4plex, you get 6. Instead of 8 cottage clusters, you can get 10.
Within how do you fit it in?
Well, and what they say is that the city has to modify their code to assure that we can modify either, I think it's the height, the density, or the floor area in order to allow these units to fit on the site. I don't know what that means.
Not the
That
setbacks necessarily.
Not the setbacks.
Well, what about minimum, like a minimum lot coverage? I mean, let's just say if
It
it's.
doesn't say lot coverage in there. It says floor area, height, and floor area, height, density. Those are the three standards that the cities must adjust their standards for developable area, floor area, height, and density so that the extra units can actually be built. It doesn't, the bill does not specify how we do that. That is to come out of the rulemaking in DLCD. So we don't know how that's going to play out. We don't know if the applicant gets to choose. We don't know if there's a certain height limit that if we have to increase the height, if there's a cap on that we can provide. We don't know the details at this point.
Doesn't it sound like, though, if you're talking about floor area and height?
Oh, your microphone.
Sorry about it. It seems to me when you're talking about height and floor area, the only way that those are the areas of the exceptions, the only way you're going to get more units fit on is to go up. And with what we're going to be talking about later today, with the extra story, this seems, and I know you guys are just doing what's, done. So this is more a comment to our state legislators. This is crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about in a residential area and not necessarily a high density area that's next to businesses, we can have incredibly high multi-unit structures going in.
Yeah, at this point, we don't know what impacts this is going to have and whether there's a cap on how high, how much higher that they can go over the existing zone limit. I don't know the details at this point.
Or like if these exemptions would be on top of the other exemptions on exemptions. Yeah, we'll see. Okay.
Sorry for getting the
last
two mixed up. My brain is in a jumble right now.
It's fair to say, though, that you hear the bullet points, the 30-second, oh, this is going to allow whatever, and then the devil is in the details, and when you get down into the details, that's when I think people start having issues. And this council has expressed many times that we try to control our own destiny, but now, I could see, again, and it's not necessarily the developer or builder's fault, because they're going to push the limits to any way that they can, because that's what the rules say. We're having less and less voice as to what our neighborhoods are going to look like and our town is going to look like. And I don't know. I mean, again, wait till somebody puts an approved tree house, at 50 feet. It's a 2-bedroom, 2-bath condo. And they're going to look down on your neighbor. I hope the rules people figure some things out that are a little advantageous to home rule, but that probably won't happen, will it?
Okay, we'll keep going here.
Okay.
The next provision is specific to what are called single-room occupancies. And SROs are housing that involves 4 or more small individual attached or detached lockable rentable units that provide private living and sleeping space but might share kitchens or bathrooms. It would be kind of like a dorm is the way that I think about it. I'm not aware of any SROs in Lake Oswego, but this bill requires us to allow them. We are required to allow up to 6 units on a single-family zoned lot, and in a multifamily zoned lot that allows at least 5 units, we have to allow 3 times the existing density that's allowed for typical units for SROs. So for instance, if it was a multifamily lot that allowed 5 units, we would have to allow 15 single-room occupancy units. Now, this doesn't require us to have bigger buildings. So it's the same amount and size of development. It's just more units within the building. This has to be implemented by January 1st, 2027. This is something that we could address, and most of HB 2138 2138, I assume we will address as part of the code audit and code amendment project because it has the same timeline. So that would be our expectation, and we actually, for the grant that we submitted to Metro, we built that in, that we would be assuring compliance with state law such as HB 2138. So that would be our plan to assure compliance. I don't know if you're aware, but we did get word from Metro that we got preliminary approval of that grant. Metro Council makes the final decision, and that's expected at the end of October, but Metro staff is recommending approval, so that's good news.
That's great.
So on a SRO, does that include something like a commercial? Let's just say somebody wants to have a rehabilitation residential area. I mean, like or a boarding house or a.
I don't know in the market here if we're going to really see this kind of development. Yeah,
I mean,
it's a different kind of thing.
I mean, they can't just take a single family dwelling and make it into kind of a commercial operation, can they?
Well, it depends on what you're calling commercial operation. I mean, we would call that like a hotel or a motel or something like that. And that is only allowed in certain zones. That's not allowed in residential zones. We do allow certain senior residential housing facility. That is a commercial use, but that has its own classification, so it wouldn't be considered an SRO. So I think this is more of it is a residential use, but I don't see it as a short-term residential use. I think it is for longer-term living. But all I have is the definition here that I got from the state. We don't have a definition in our code, so again, that's something we need to address in our update.
Thank you.
Okay. Next is clear and objective standards. This is actually effective right now. It became effective immediately when the bill was adopted, and it requires clear and objective standards for tree removal codes specifically to the development of housing. It also states that standards can't result in discouragement of housing through unreasonable cost or delay, and it offers and it requires certain. If we offer a discretionary path, so if we have like a clear and objective path and a discretionary path, it puts limits on the type of discretionary path that we can require. As you all know, we're currently working on a project to update our tree code, so this is something that we have top of mind and we'll be focusing on compliance with by next spring.
I still have a problem with the clear and objective in cutting. It's like it means that any kind of tree can be cut, like any kind, any size.
Well, it depends on how you design the standards. Clear and objective means that it's not open to interpretation. So right now, we have if there are codes that say the removal can't have a significant negative impact on the character or aesthetics of the neighborhood, that's completely open to interpretation. We can't have those kind of standards. It has to be, you have to save 40% of the trees on your lot, or you have to maintain 30% tree canopy covers, something that is clear and measurable that doesn't involve a level of discretion. But again, how we do that, it can be done in many different ways. So we don't know at this point. We're still in moving into the code concept phase, and we're going to have a study session with the council in November on that. But at this point, we haven't chosen how we're going to apply those clear and objective standards.
Who's going to decide clear and objective? Is it the state or us? As a city, are we going to put our criteria, say that?
Combination.
Yeah, under their framework, we'll adopt our local
You'll
standards.
adopt your own framework of what you think clear and objective is, and if someone disagrees that it's not clear and objective, they will take us either to the Housing Accountability and Production Office, or they will sue us one way or the other.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Promoting housing density. This provision invalidates CC&Rs, or covenants and restrictions, that would apply to developing, say, ADUs, middle housing, and it actually also extends to prefabricated homes as well. it invalidates those. So anything that were in place before January 1st, 2020 would no longer apply. This implementation deadline is January 1st, 2027. But it's not going to help if somebody adopts those restrictions now because it's going to invalidate. I think when they adopted the middle housing code, it didn't allow for new restrictions to be put on. That's why you have the January 1st, 2020 date. So I think this is good in a sense that at least it provides an even playing field for all lots in the city. So if you happen to be in a planned development that had these restrictions, you can't apply those, and the middle housing rules apply to those planned developments the same as all other lots in the city.
But that's a big change from, I mean, that was something that they initially used as an argument to pass the housing bill when they originally did it, was that don't worry, if you have CC&Rs in place and everything else, everything's fine. So it was bait and switch, in my opinion. I mean, I agree with you. I mean, at least it's a level, but they should have been upfront when they did the original housing and sold it to everybody, because they were definitely in a situation where they were using that as a positive for all this stuff. So anyway.
They've done that on a lot of issues.
Oh, yes.
The next set of provisions relate to middle housing land divisions, and this is, again, effective now. And this allows middle housing land divisions to be processed as an expedited land division. Expedited land divisions are a decision by a city manager. They have to be, the decision is required within 63 days after an application is considered complete. And these applications, as I said, are reviewed by staff, and then if they are appealed, they go to a hearings officer, not to the Development Review Commission or the City Council like normal appeals would go. It does not allow notice. Well, actually, it doesn't require notice, any public notice. The notice of decision is the only requirement, and that only goes to the applicant. It's not required to go to any other party. No public hearing can be held, and no third party can intervene in opposition, and only the applicant can appeal the decision. And it sounds pretty harsh, but I will say that when you look at middle housing land divisions, which, by the way, you can apply for before you apply for a building permit for middle housing, while you have a building permit for middle housing, or after. When we have the appeal process, you know, what people generally don't want is the middle housing itself, but the middle housing land division is just about dividing the lot for ownership purposes. Mm-hmm. So there isn't a lot for folks to oppose, and typically when they want to talk about the actual middle housing development itself, which is not what is the subject of the application. Right. So while it does sound harsh, again, there isn't, it also gives, I think, members of the public some false sense that they can have change the outcome of that middle housing project.
Thank you.
And this is my last slide. As I mentioned before, the DLCD has rulemaking that they are required to do, and actually the deadline, I thought it was January 1st, 2027, it's actually 2028. So again, the implementation deadline for the city is January 1st, 2027. The rulemaking from DLCD is January 1st, 2028. So we need to figure out how that's all going to work out. And this requires the DLCD to adopt rules that prevent cities from discouraging development of manufactured, prefabricated, or site-built middle housing. They do have to do rulemaking to determine what limits are on unreasonable costs and delay imposed by citing design standards for ADUs and single-room occupancies. They have to create incentives for cottage clusters to support smaller, more affordable homes with shared community amenities. As I mentioned before, they need to define what small footprint and floor area is. They are also going to revisit siting and design parameters for middle housing types and revise what local governments may require under discretionary reviews. So there is a wide range of rules that will come out of that rulemaking that we don't know what they are at this point. So I'm sorry to end on that note, but certainly if you have any other questions about HB 2138 or any of the other bills, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you for the good summary. We appreciate it. I know you, Director, and your team have put in a lot of work, not from past legislative sessions and this one already, and we really appreciate all that you're doing to help the community, us, residents, and understand the impact of these bills and what we're facing going forward. Thank you.
We're not done. We're going to talk briefly about transportation because that's where we're at right now. The 2025 session closed with not a transportation funding package. We are now in our special session. The highlight for this is LC2, which is the legislative concept, which has now been introduced as House Bill 3991. These slides are from Representative Wen when he had our town hall, which I thought provided a really nice recap, and so I just wanted to provide these. The one thing what has happened, they took the original bill, which was very bold, broad, and was addressing a lot of funding challenges, but maybe overshot, and so it lacked support. It was collecting roughly $2 billion over a biennium, and so they focused on what is needed for right now to stop the layoffs and service cuts, and then they will be coming back with a longer-term funding plan. So LC2, which is now House Bill 3991, a lot of things about accountability, pulling out the tolling ranges from House Bill 2017, the truck weight stuff. Here's the comparison. So if you want to know where we ended session versus where we are currently, I did highlight the stiff transit taxing because it is now going to be so if you look to the left, that's the current bill considerations. The one on the right is what we ended last session on. So that's what was the changes. I highlighted stiff because one thing I want to note is to bring the House Republicans to the floor to vote on Labor Day. They ended up sunsetting the stiff increase to sunset in 2028. So that's the one thing that is highlighted. Other than that, right now, the bill has passed out of the House. Sorry, the bill has passed out of the House. We're waiting for Senate. Senate's supposed to be convening tomorrow. That is the current plan. And then the word is that it should be passed just fine. One thing to note for just next steps, though, this was a short-term fix to stop ODOT's current situation of the cuts, the layoffs, the needs that are right now. It's not a comprehensive package. It's not addressing the big capital projects that we know that need to be addressed. So that is the I-5 corridor, not only the Washington side, but it's Rose Corridor, it's what's the expansion of the Sunset Corridor, all those things that were earmarked in 2017 that are not going to be funded with this current package. So the next steps are not only passing this, hopefully, 2026 short session will be budget at large. So the budget, our current state budget, we are now in a deficit because of the federal tax changes, and so the budget that was just passed is now a deficit. So 2026 will be federal funding addressing insurance funding, long-term and transportation funding, and so that is at least a preview for what's to come February, which we'll be right back at it again. So that's
At least they're not going to concentrate on housing in the short session.
Well, see. Yeah,
maybe we can have fixes.
Fixes, yeah.
Fixes.
No, thank you for the updates.
I don't know if it was a high note, but
Very helpful.
thank you. We'll
Thank you
send the
both.
report as soon as we have it as well.
Thank you. We appreciate
Thank you.
it. Yes, let's take just a quick recess.
Pressing that.
Okay, we are back in order. Moving on to the next item on the agenda. It's a study session on Senate Bill 1537. These are mandatory adjustments and approved exemptions. And we have our planning manager, Johanna Hasty, here, and Director Namanalu again. So thank you for being here. We'll take it away.
It is on? Okay, that's better. Thank you very much, Mayor Buck and Council. Johanna Hasty, Planning Manager for the Community Development Services Department. As the Mayor said, I am here to provide an update on Senate Bill 1537 and the status of our request for an exemption for mandatory adjustments. My presentation tonight, I just want to apologize up front. This has been a long afternoon for you. You've already heard a lot of details. I'm not going to be able to avoid more details. I'm going to try to keep it high level. And I will try to move through it really quickly and focus more on discussion if you have questions about that later. But very briefly, the presentation is going to give you a high-level overview of Senate Bill 1537. And that's just for context, since the last time that staff came to talk to you about SB 1537, it was May 2024. I'm going to focus the presentation, like I said, on the Mandatory Adjustments Program and talk a little bit about our exemption status and the conditions of approval that came with that. We'll go over the 3 areas that the state said we aren't exempt from the Mandatory Adjustments Program. And then finally, like I said, we can open that up for discussion and questions with the council. So going back a little bit, Senate Bill, or SB 1537, was Governor Kotek's bill to address Oregon's severe housing shortage. It was developed with the purpose of increasing the production of housing units, and that was done through a variety of tools, including measures that address funding deficits, infrastructure, land supply, and then, for the focus of tonight, regulatory barriers to housing. The focus of the Senate bills of SB 1537's Mandatory Adjustment Program is that regulatory barrier to housing. The state determined or decided that there were certain fairly common design and dimensional standards that, as they were currently implemented across the state, were adding costs and delays to necessary housing or needed housing. So as a part of SB 1537, they created the Mandatory Adjustment Program, through which an applicant could apply for up to 10 adjustments to those design and dimensional standards, provided that that housing project met eligibility requirements. Generally speaking, to be eligible, that housing project would have to include a net increase to housing and would also have to meet a minimum number of units per acre, and that was 17 units per acre. And how that shakes out across the zone, I do have a slide that we can look at for that. But it does mean that it's not just every housing project that would be eligible for mandatory adjustments. You had to increase the net housing and also provide minimum number of housing units. So understanding that a lot of jurisdictions were probably going to be unhappy with that, rightly so, in my opinion, they did build in an exemption program for the Mandatory Adjustment Program. Basically, a city would have to apply for an exemption and say, well, for every single one of these standards, these design and dimensional standards that you are saying are causing, that are a regulatory barrier to housing, we have our own local adjustment pathway. That's the phrase I'm going to use. What we say in the code is variances. But again, to stick with the SB 1537 language, I'm going to say local adjustment pathway. So when Director Namanalu came to you last May, she asked if the council wanted to go with a mandatory adjustment program or if you wanted staff to apply for the exemption, and your direction was to look for the exemption. So we did do that. We did do that. It was a lot of back and forth. It was interesting to be an applicant on that side of the table. Took 3 incomplete letters from the state to call us complete, but they did approve our exemption in mid-July of this year, and that was good news. I did a little bit of research this morning just to see where other jurisdictions were, and it was interesting. A lot of jurisdictions did not apply for an exemption. Of the 5 that have, City of Portland was the only one that was denied. Salem, Milwaukee, Tualatin, and Sandy have had their exemptions approved. And going through the conditions of approval, it wasn't full exemption, kind of like us. Exemption with conditions, some of the standards weren't fully exempted from the mandatory process. But anyway, just a little bit more context there for you. So, looking at mandatory adjustments and our exemption from this program, the mandatory adjustment program went live at the beginning of this year, but while we were under exemption request review, we were not subject to it. Now we are in the approval of the exemption, and that goes back to, like I said, mid-July. This whole program, the mandatory adjustment program, does sunset on, I believe, January 2nd of 2032. So this is in place for the next 6.5 years. Like I said, the decision to approve our exemption request came with a number of conditions, and built into those were performance standards that we have to meet over the next 7 years at this, or 6.5 years that this program is in place. So very broadly, I can answer more questions in detail if you would like details, but very broadly, a number of the conditions relate to shining a spotlight on what our local adjustment pathways are. So HAPO generated what they called a required notice for applicants, and it's basically notification to anyone who's interested in developing any sort of housing in the city that we got an exemption, but we are subject to compliance with those conditions of approvals and with the certain performance measures that I'm going to talk about. And that if someone in the state, as some applicant, doesn't feel that the city is holding up their end of the bargain, there are steps for how they can submit an inquiry about that issue or submit a complaint. That is the required notice. That was one of the attachments to your staff report. I found the language a little confusing, but HAPO does not allow us to modify it, so that just is what it is. The handout, or the second part, the second document that's required as a part of this kind of broad notification, is what we're calling our local adjustment handout. And it's very broad. It's kind of scary looking. It is 21 pages. And so I do think it's going to generate a lot of questions. But basically, the intent of it is to say, hey, yes, we have standards in place that SB 1537 says is creating regulatory barriers, like design and dimensional standards. But we have a lot of pathways to adjust them. According to SB 1537, these are the standards that they say we should be flexible on. This is how we implement it in the city. This is the scope of the adjustment we propose. This is the criteria to get that adjustment. If, by the way, you can't get a local adjustment, this is the SB 1537 mandatory adjustment. So those are the kind of notification conditions that come with this. Basically, hey, everyone that's going to pull a permit for a single-family home addition all the way up to a mixed-use commercial development, here are the, here's the city must do required notice, and here is how to from the city as far as the adjustment process. That's going to have to go out with anyone who pulls a building permit, anyone who comes to the counter requiring about housing production, anyone who comes in for a pre-application conference for any sort of project that has housing related to it and they're looking for adjustments. So very broad. As far as other conditions of approval, there's a couple there that are built in, basically cautioning the city about amending or writing new code that creates, in the state's mind, more regulatory barriers. So interesting, following up that legislative update with this project, there are a lot of programs that we are looking at as far as, like, say, the Foothills Master Plan, or the code audit. The state is very concerned about us reducing the flexibility of our current design and dimensional standards and the pathways to adjust them, or adding new standards that, again, might create costs or delay with the construction of housing. So again, it's kind of a caution. They're going to be watching our code amendments or our new code that we're proposing to adopt. The biggest performance objective here that I would like to highlight, and I think we can come back around to that at the end of this presentation, is that all of this exemption is premised on maintaining a 90% approval rate of all land use applications that are about housing and include adjustments. So as part of the exemption process, I put together a spreadsheet, and I basically went back 5 years And I said, this is every single land use case from every year that was for housing that included an adjustment. And I had to go through and figure out how that adjustment fell under one of these SB 1537 standards, mark it as approved. And then they went through and they verified it. We are going to have to submit that as an annual report every single year for the next 7 years, until 2032. And so each year I'll have to take that spreadsheet, drop the latest year, if you will, or the earliest year, if you will, add the new year and send that in. And we have to show that we are maintaining at least a 90% approval rate in order to keep our exemption status. Now, when we sent it in, we had a 100% approval rating. And what I want to talk to you about a little bit later in the presentation or after the presentation is we have a 100% approval rating because we work really closely with applicants and we steer people towards projects that work within the current codes or within the local adjustments, the variances as they're currently written. These conditions of approval from HAPO for exemption status really steer us away from discouraging, if you will, applicants pursuing local adjustments. And so that's another step there that we have to be cautious of. So we can talk more about that. But the other part of this that I want to highlight is that 90% approval rate and the adjustments that we're talking about, the land use cases for housings with adjustments that we're talking about, doesn't have to actually increase net housing. It doesn't have to meet that minimum density requirement that comes with the mandatory adjustments. It can be for an addition on a single family home. So it covers every single land use case, regardless of what sort of intensity is being proposed. So please keep that in mind. So the rest of this presentation, what I'm going to focus on is the 3 areas where the state determined that our local adjustment process fell through as far as having a local adjustment pathway that met these 3, the requirements for these 3 issues. The first one is special street setbacks. The second is the building height limit and where that conflicts with the city charter. And the third one is maximum density. And again, I'm sorry, I know I'm geeking out on a lot of these things, planner geek speak, but bear with me and I will be happy to answer questions. So special street setbacks, what are they? Basically, it's a no-go area that the city has imposed on certain streets that we know are substandard and that we want to widen and then also improve with new public infrastructure. It could be additional lanes, a bike lane, public pathway, stormwater facilities. It's not that we don't get public improvements throughout the city, but these are specially noted substandard streets. And what the special street setback does is it basically says, okay, this is private property, but this is a no-go area for private development. So it keeps homes, it keeps gazebos, it keeps pools out of that area. And then from there, wherever that lands on private property, we have an underlying zone dimensional setback from there. So why does this matter for the mandatory adjustments program? The state found that side and rear yard setbacks could be considered a regulatory barrier to needed housing, and each jurisdiction should provide flexibility to them. And according to the state, sufficient flexibility is a 10-foot adjustment to a side or rear yard setback. Sorry, what did I say? 10%, thank you. So when we did our exemption analysis, we went through and said, yes, we have side and rear yard setbacks, and yes, we have multiple pathways that you can adjust them, even more than 10%. And by the way, yes, we have special street setbacks, but they're not really setbacks. They're kind of a preservation of land for future public improvements. HAPO did not buy that argument. I pushed on it. Evan Boone, the former deputy city attorney, let me know that I was probably going to be disappointed. I was. So basically, the state said, sorry, you call them setbacks, you have to provide a 10% adjustment to them. So, good news, bad news sort of thing. Again, the state only cares about side and rear yard setbacks. Special street setbacks only apply to property lines that have frontage on a street. That is only going to be your front property line or your street side property line. So looking at where this mandatory adjustment comes in, because right now, we don't allow any variances to our special street setback. So no one can, there is no local pathway to get it. So the state said, it's a setback, you have to allow a 10% adjustment, the mandatory adjustment applies. So if we have to do this, it's going to be in a very limited set of circumstances. And so I put this graphic together to kind of explain how this all works out. So looking at this corner lot here, and there is no reason that I picked this corner. I don't mean to pick on this property owner, and please, I'm using hypotheticals here, so please understand that. So we have a corner lot, as you can see, where the red is, that is how we denote a special street setback in our LO maps. This corner lot has two frontages, one along Reese Road, Sunset, which is here, and then one along Reese Road. So thinking about a mandatory adjustment, if we determine that this is the front property line where it has a special street setback, there is no mandatory adjustment required here. But this becomes the street side, and it does have a special street setback, so there is a mandatory adjustment there. Hope that's clear. So let's just assume that the special street setback ends up being 10 feet on this public or on this private development. A 10% adjustment to that would go from 10 feet to 9 feet, so pretty minimal. I think there's kind of a question because when we say, if you look at this here, it says a 30-foot special street setback. It's not 30 feet onto the private property. Either you have a center line or a certain middle line that you measure that from. So from, let's say it's the center line of the travel way, you go 30 feet, and wherever that 30-foot lands on the private property, that area is the no-go area. So let's say from the center line, you measure at 30 feet, it's 5 feet into the property line. I believe that the mandatory adjustment is to the 5 feet that lands on the private property. Does that make sense? So a 10% adjustment is only 6 inches. I'm hoping that that's the way it shakes out, because when I was talking to the city engineer about this, they were looking at it and they said, gosh, okay, a mandatory adjustment, how much is that going to impact us with trying to get necessary right-of-way dedication and the public improvements that we need? And looking at the scope of what that adjustment would be, they are pretty sure that there won't be a significant negative impact. And so we will be able to get the right-of-way width that we need in order to get the public improvements that we need. Thinking about it from kind of a streetscape point of view, again, remember we have a special street setback that hits on the private property. Then we have the underlying zone setback. So if we have to do an adjustment to that special street setback of 10%, it's not going to result in development that is really out of character with other streets or other homes along that street. It's going to be setback still, and it's not going to be substantially different visually speaking. So the residential character is not super impacted. So kind of wrap this up. The state is requiring a mandatory adjustment to special street setbacks. Right now, looking at it, we don't think that there is going to be, it's going to apply in a limited number of sites, because again, you have to have a corner site that has a street side with a special street setback. So we've already, with those filters, limited down the number of sites that this is going to trigger, that the mandatory adjustment is going to be triggered. Then you have to, again, go back to this eligibility requirement. They only get to take advantage of that mandatory adjustment if they first increase net housing on the site and then meet that 17 units per acre. Looking at this R75 zone, if they want to get a mandatory adjustment to the special street setbacks, they would have to propose a triplex on that site in order to get a 10% decrease to our special street setback. So looking at the implications of this mandatory adjustment and talking to the city engineer, it doesn't seem like it's potentially and hypothetically not a serious issue or not an area of serious concern. Obviously, we're in the brand new phases of this. We haven't worked it through with a particular application, so we could be missing something. But right now, again, what we're asking staff for today is, do we have direction from you to go forward and take this out of the mandatory adjustments, figure out how to incorporate a local adjustment pathway for special street setbacks, or do we want to let the mandatory adjustment be as it is, knowing that it's a limited number of sites, that you have to build a triplex, and it's a small adjustment that probably won't have a lot of negative implications on our right-of-way design and the street-state character. So that's the kind of big ask, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through all of these areas first, and then we can talk about them as a group. I hope that is an okay approach for you, Val. Okay, so the next one, and this one I will have to tell you, there is really nothing to change. Let me explain why. So, SB 1537 said maximum building heights could act as a regulatory barrier on the production of needed housing. They said jurisdictions should provide a pathway that somebody could ask for a 20% increase in height in the maximum height limit, or 1 story, whichever is greater. Now, they didn't define what a story is. Our own definition references 12 feet, so that's what we're using for now. We can revisit that. So yes, the city does implement maximum height limits. If anyone dared to open that 60-page exemption request staff report, there was a 1.5-page table talking about maximum height limits throughout the city. That didn't even include all of the exceptions and projections and all of that there. So yes, we do implement maximum height. We do offer a few pathways to adjust that maximum height. It's not a very common adjustment that we've seen, but it is there. So the one caveat to that is in all residential zones, we have a city charter, and that's Chapter X, Section 46A, that says, regardless of what your maximum height is and what variances you get, you cannot go taller than 50 feet in height. So all residential zones for residential structures, you have a 50-foot height limit. So they pointed out that regardless of our charter, we have to allow that 20% height increase or 1 story, whichever is greater. So forgive this image on the screen. It is obviously not compliant with our residential design standards. I actually even stretched it vertically to make it seem more looming. So it's kind of a jump scare image, but I think it's helpful for this discussion. So let's say an applicant has a piece of property, R10 zone property. It's steeply sloped, and they want to develop housing on it. So we would say, okay, in an R10 zone on a steeply sloped lot, you have a 35-foot height limit. And they will say, well, what else? Okay, well, we also offer roof form height exceptions. Up to 6 feet in height for roof forms can peekaboo above that maximum height limit. Okay, great, I'm gonna do that. So we've gone from 35 feet in height to 41 feet in height. And then they look at us and they say, well, what else can you give us? And we said, well, you know, we do have variance pathways, the local adjustment pathways. We can talk to you about that. And they said, well, I know that the state requires you to give me a 20% increase or 1 story. So tell me what that is. If you're using 20% for a height increase on that 41-foot high structure, your result is something that is less than 50 feet, just squeaks under 50 feet. So we don't have a charter conflict there. But if you use the 1 story, and why wouldn't they, you could end up with a structure that is taller than 50 feet. 41 plus 12 is 53 feet. So there we are in that charter conflict. So we would have to tell them, sorry, our charter limits structures in residential zones to 50 feet in height. So we can't give them the full scope of the adjustment that the state has said that we have to provide. So they would look at us and say, well, I know you have to. What have you got for me? And what at that point, sorry, I'm having a weird conversation with this applicant in my mind because I'm just verbalizing that. Anyway, what we would tell them is, yes, you're right. The state does require the city to provide a 20% height increase or 1 story, whichever is greater. The only way you're going to take advantage of that mandatory adjustment, though, is if you provide an increase in net housing and you meet the 17 units per acre. In this R10 zoned lot that we're talking about, that means that they would have to develop it with a quadplex. Otherwise, they're back in our local adjustment process and they can't go past that 50 feet. So that's kind of the trade-off there. You want to develop a single-family home in an R10 zone, which is typically what we've seen, great. You have your maximum height, you have your height bonuses for roof forms, you have an adjustment, local pathways to adjustments, use those. If you want taller than that, you're going to have to give us more housing units than that. So that's the result of it. The problem is, again, that 50-foot charter height limit is in our charter. We can't use our community development code or our local adjustment pathways to adjust our city charter. We also can't amend our charter without a general election, and of course, we cannot guarantee the outcome of an election if we go down that path. So right now, we don't have a way around this. There is a possible mandatory adjustment out there. It will conflict with our code. We've talked to our consulting land use attorney. He confirmed that SB 1537 specifically overrides our community development code, and it overrides a city charter. So we're stuck with this one. But again, whether or not this is going to be something that happens really frequently, yet to be seen, because we're not seeing quadplexes right now on a lot of our R10 zone lots. So if you have a okay, yeah, I'm only talking about R10 zones. I only talked about R10 zones. How this mandatory adjustment plays out for all of the other zones, including our higher density zones, yeah, it could be significantly taller. But again, in our higher density zones, the way that height is measured is that it's an average of 40 feet across the site, if you have a 1 acre site or greater. Half acre site or greater. Half acre site or greater. You have an average of 40 feet, and some buildings can exceed 50 feet in height. So let's say we have an R3 zone property, and they want to look at ways to get an increase in height. We do have local adjustment pathways with our own criteria, and if they bump up against that, they could use our mandatory adjustment. And how much they actually use is obviously, that's driven by the market, that's driven by their needs. It's very hard to predict. But yeah, because we have so many different ways of measuring height, and because we do have varying heights that with the bonuses or the way that we measure them, it could bump up against that charter in multiple ways. But with our higher density zones, we typically see multi-story homes. That is where we want to see multifamily. So is it completely out of character? Yet to be seen. So I'm going to leave this one alone and move on and talk about probably the most difficult one to describe. So I'm going to try to keep it high level. Maximum density, that's the minimum number of units or lots as a part of a housing development. Basically, Senate Bill SB 1537 said that if a city is approving a bunch of local adjustments that basically add extra massing on a site, you're reducing setbacks, you're increasing lot coverage, you're increasing building height. If the applicant wants to use that extra massing to construct more units, we can't come back and say, oh, sorry, that zone comes with a density cap, so you can't convert that extra massing to units. So again, for an example, if you're looking at the R3 zone, the maximum density for residential units, so for multifamily units on that site, is 12 units per acre. So if you have a 1 acre site, you're only allowed to place 12 units on that. So let's say they go through an adjustment process, they get that increased massing, and they say, wow, this is wonderful, I'm going to put 24 units on there. We can't turn around and say, sorry, there's a density cap, you can't do that. We have to allow the additional units. Right now, our code absolutely does not allow any variances to a density, and that's units or lots. The state has clarified that this mandatory adjustment only applies to units, so it's really just condos, apartments, things like that for actual residential units, not for lots created by land divisions like a minor partition or a subdivision. So we do have to allow a mandatory adjustment. How much of an adjustment is going to completely be dependent on the zone, whether or not it has a density cap, what is being proposed as a part of this project. It basically just, the state says, and this one, although it's kind of esoteric, it does make sense to me. If you're giving adjustments to increase massing, you can't turn around and then limit the number of units. we want to have units. You can't use this density cap as an artificial way to limit the number of units on a site. So this one is in place, and like with all of them, well, with special street setbacks, I am looking for the council to give direction on whether or not we want to leave that mandatory adjustment in place, or if we want to alter our own code, amend our own code to have a local process to amend density requirements, and we can talk about that. Okay, so where are we at? I have kind of a short-term discussion to talk to you about tonight, and then we can also look at a longer-term, kind of more broader view of this mandatory exemption or mandatory adjustments in our exemption. So first of all, just looking at the three areas where we do have the mandatory adjustments, the special street setbacks, the charter height, the max density, we can just keep the mandatory adjustments in place. Obviously, the pros of that, hopefully, for what we can see, we're hoping that the impacts are going to be minimal. Can't 100% guarantee that. Can't even really see down the road that far. We do have other standards in place that would hopefully offset the impacts from those adjustments if they were to be pursued. This program does sunset in 2032, so amending our code for a program that is going to go away, specifically just to deal with this mandatory adjustment, may not be the best use of staff's time, but this program does sunset, and so that would be one pro of just using the mandatory adjustments. The con, obviously, that you have been talking about from the beginning of this is that a mandatory adjustment supersedes our local codes. It takes the control out of our hands. We just have to implement it. But going back to the pros, if we do get a mandatory adjustment, we are getting more housing units for that. So a mixed bag of pros and cons for leaving the mandatory adjustments that we have for these three standards in place. Going to amending the code, remember, we can only amend it for special street setbacks and maximum density. Right now, those are prohibited variances. If we look at amending it, one of the pros is, yes, we will regain local control over that. It'll be subject to our standards. We do have minimum scopes that we'll have to put into place, like a special street setback would have to be amended by at least 10% to comply with what the state's condition of approval is. A max density could focus just on residential units. We're not talking about land divisions. But it does bring it back into local control. The problem is that code amendments take time. We have obviously a lot of amendments that we're looking at here. The SB 1537 mandatory adjustments apply in the meantime. So it doesn't just put a stop to the mandatory adjustments. We have to go through this whole process of figuring out how we want to adjust it, and then the process of actually getting through that, which is going to include HAPO weighing in on the matter, because they don't want to see us possibly weighing it. They're going to be reviewing it. Whether or not they give us notes, yet to be seen. But I should say that there's going to be more eyes on a code amendment to get rid of a mandatory adjustment. That's one of our conditions of approval. So yeah, cons, staffing capacity, redundancy issues, conflicts between all of these various code amendments, more legislative updates coming down the road. I think the obvious takeaway that you're getting from me is while there could be impacts from the mandatory adjustments, we're hoping that they'll be minimized. And our recommendation is to wait and see what the outcome of this is, to give us a little bit of time with the mandatory adjustment process, and then possibly come back later if we start to see conflicts coming up and talk about ways to address that, possibly amend the code. And then the broader conversation is, again, if you remember me talking about that 90% approval rate, and the fact that staff is going to be getting probably a lot more adjustment applications because they're just going to be advertising adjustments everywhere. There's going to be a point, and this is kind of, I don't want to catastrophize. I don't want to do worst case scenario. My concern is there's going to be a point where with the number of adjustment applications that we're getting, we're going to see more and more requests coming through that really are a challenge for us to say meet our criteria. When you have a higher volume, the chances of that happening also get higher. And with HAPO saying we can't discourage people away from adjustments, that we have to keep that 90% approval rating in place, I'm worried, I'm concerned about what that means for implementing our local code. I don't want to see, in particular, major variances in residential infill, design review, RID review variances weakened. I think there are really good goals behind them. But when they keep coming forward and people are pushing the boundaries of them, that could lead to not a great place. So I think the broader discussion is, at some point down the road, should we re-examine our exemption status? That's a question back to the council. Again, I think it's kind of a wait and see. We don't know if we're going to get adjustment applications flying in 30 a month or something like that. Right now, we're, I think, between, it really varies, between 10 and probably 20 a year. So short term, do you want us to amend the code to deal with the 2 mandatory adjustments that we can control? If so, we'll have to come back and talk about what that means. Long term, do we want to talk about the mandatory adjustments exemption and possibly reconsider that decision? No pros and cons, obviously, both ways. So again, apologize for all of the detail there. I know we're getting late, so I want to turn this back over to the council to answer any questions, provide any additional details.
No, thank you, Ms. Hasty. That's a really good job helping us to digest this kind of, complicated and new issue, for us to understand. And just, for clarity, when, I'm sorry, you just mentioned, actually, let me ask this question. Between, you said 10 and 20 a year, those are applications?
Applications for housing that include adjustments or variances.
That include, okay, but all housing?
Yeah, so it's
All types.
every single type of housing, from single-family home additions all the way up to commercial mixed use. If there was a land use application and it included adjustments, those were the ones that I included in that category to that report to HAPO.
Right.
And it really varies because the market varies. But the average, the numbers that I can remember is like 10 to 20 a year.
Right.
And that doesn't include other types of housing applications that didn't ask for adjustments, or other adjustments that might be on a residential lot. We process a lot of land use applications a year.
Right. And right now, we're able to, work with applicants because they know we have, this yay or nay over whether or not their adjustment's going to meet the code, or the variance they're requesting. And so we can kind of work in a fluid way with them to guide the process so they put forth successful applications.
Right. So a behind-the-scenes thing, it looks like if the takeaway is, oh, the city just approves 100% of land use applications, we do not, all of the land use applications that we might potentially see, many of them never go anywhere because we've worked with an applicant and we've said, look, it's actually this process if you fully comply and you avoid the time and cost and delay. Or if you want an adjustment, it's not going to work under this path, possibly it's this path, let's work with your application. So we do a lot of work with an applicant to make sure that if they move forward with a land use application, it is successful because it does comply with our criteria.
Like in the same way that, we allow people to cut down 100% of the trees they apply for. Because, we help guide people through the process, and if, they're submitting an application that's a no-go, we let them know that. I think it is that, you make a really good point, that 90% goal that, well, that's not a goal, the 90% approval criteria that we have to meet puts the city in a real bind, and of course, the whole intent of this is to take away the local control. I mean, that's the point of this, and the other, it's a more centralized approach. They don't like the local voices being involved. They don't like the state does not like the different criteria that local jurisdictions have placed on housing production. We have seen here locally that despite, we do have a complex code, but despite that fact, we have produced a good amount of housing over the past years in a tough housing environment too. And it's just interesting to see all of these things that are being considered, yet, we have 2 gentlemen sitting in the back trying to develop a housing project downtown, and these are not, with the building permit, and an approved land use that is in fact so well aged that, you know, it's going to expire because these are not the issues preventing that housing from being built. And so it's frustrating to see us put both effort into trying to do all the other things completely outside of this to help them get their housing built while also focusing on these things that don't seem to be really standing in the way of anyone building housing. And I just wanted to be clear with, if someone can right now under our code put a triplex on a lot, you know, or a quadplex, right? And then they could, under our current code, no issue, boom, they could build it. These mandatory adjustments, they're not only allowed if you could say, well, I could build 4 units here now, but if you allowed me these adjustments, I could put a 5th, you know, or I could build a 6th with these adjustments, right? This is just, I'm gonna build more than what's there now, and therefore the state says you're allowed up to 10 of these adjustments, period.
Okay, so we're not subject to the mandatory adjustments, the full program.
Well, if we were, you know.
Yes, yes. If we were subject to the full mandatory adjustment program, you would have to show that there's a net increase to housing, and you would have to show that you were meeting the minimum of 17 units per acre. But then, yes, you could request up to 10 variances to all of these design and dimensional standards, and build what you want to build. It is a land use decision. It's not just a straight building permit. How this works with all of the legislative changes coming down the pike about increased units and density bonuses, I don't know. One thing I forgot to say with the height limit is it doesn't apply to cottage clusters, but then I'm also hearing additional units on cottage clusters, but only floor area and height. And so I thought, well, how does that work together?
There's also now this blending of the definitions between, I mean, before a cottage cluster was a very specific thing, but now we've got these detached quadplexes with bonus units that start looking a lot like cottage clusters. Just take out the courtyard.
Yeah, which I think is something that they're also
and add
considering.
a couple stories to it, and now you've got some kind of. Well. So I do think, just to answer, so we can answer Ms. Tasty's questions here. I mean, in my opinion, I think we should, stick. I don't think there's a point in amending the code. Again, we already have enough to do, and this is short term. I think sticking with just for these 3 areas, these specific ones we don't have, because I also think amending the code, then it opens up all applications to be able to apply for these things that they can't apply for now. So to me, it makes sense just to stick. How does everyone feel about option 1? Okay.
I'm glad you guys have this at least figured out.
Oh.
Just to opine a little bit, and really thank you for all the work you did in applying for for our exemption. I know that was a bear in and of itself, and then for digging into all of this, and as I mentioned before, it's a lot of work the planning department is doing. And I don't know if you have this answer right now, but I know we would be curious to know how much time the planning department has spent on, maybe you could get back to us on it, on complying.
Does that
all
include
of it.
the sleepless nights
Everything.
where I just spent circling in my own brain?
And spinning, right?
Yeah.
You really do want to know how much time.
Gosh.
We don't need the knee-jerk. When you
It's been a lot of time, just with this one mandatory adjustment program.
And
days
there's
and
more
days
to
and
come.
days.
And so.
Weeks and months, yes.
I think what bothers me about this, when we were giving feedback to our legislators, it was, well, hold on, this is just for denser housing. This isn't, because we said, hey, this is going to be, people are applying for these exemptions for these large single family, like this is, what's the purpose of this? They said, no, that's not what it's about. But with these conditions that HAPO has imposed on us, that is kind of what it does. In very short order, we could drop below the 90%, right? Because we're kind of losing our leverage to say, hey, this isn't going to be approved. They'll say, oh, well, So it doesn't take much, too many applications for us to fall below that threshold. And I think that it puts the city kind of in this position of either approving these variances to even large single-family homes in order to maintain the exemption, or and having through the exemption, the hope of having some local say over how the exemptions for the various middle housing developments, hoping for have some say over those. But these exemptions do not come into play, when we're only needed to build more units, but rather they kind of are just allowing shortcuts to developers who would otherwise build their projects under our current local codes and standards. That's what really bothers me. And to the extent that the exemptions would result in more units of housing, the mandatory exemptions really guarantee that in our jurisdiction, they will just be larger, more expensive units, not units that are cheaper to live in or less expensive to build. So I really see this as a boon to the development community at the expense of local codes and plans that our community has developed over an extensive period of time that create a unique sense of place and identity. The state's attempt to strip local control away in the name of housing production is short-sighted. I think an ill-fated decision by lawmakers without any local policymaking experience to play to their large donors instead of addressing the real issues behind Oregon's housing shortage, which is a lack of buildable land, frankly, anti-business legislative rhetoric at every turn, and an economy that's circling the drain. So, but here we are.
And there you have it.
And there you have it. That's my summary. Councilor Burdick.
Well, I concur with what you just said, but I did want to do a shout out to you and your staff, and Director Naman, your staff. You guys have spent hours and hours trying to kind of, I would say, almost thread a needle, and you guys are the pinch point. You're getting our frustration, but you're trying to comply with the state, which, is adding, you're having to do things and not able to do your job. And so I just wanted to say, I think you guys are doing a really good job with a lot of grace, even though I think many of your heads are ready to explode as well. So I just want to say, I appreciate you. I appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate what our city staff is doing. With that said, this is now directed to a completely different group because I just really want to do a shout out to you guys. And please track all these hours because I think this is important because the state is asking you to make, we had the House Bill 2001 and we kind of begrudgingly said, okay, we see that there's a housing need. We see that there's an issue. We want to try to be part of it. We want to do our part as a city to help move things forward and get more housing. And the hours that the planning department, put in to help that happen. And, I think in good faith, we moved forward and we said, well, yeah, we want to maintain control. And we did that. And now all of a sudden, we're getting new state laws that are saying, nope, you know what? Where we gave you that flexibility, we're now taking that away. You don't get to define what a duplex, a triplex, a quadplex is. We're going to tell you what that means. It can be detached or attached. All these things. And then they're not even clear. I'm not even sure the state knows what they're doing. Obviously by, not knowing dates and not having clear definitions. And I'm extraordinarily frustrated and angry about the state coming in and taking away our local control. We have expert planners who give phenomenal guidance to us to help us maintain the character of our city while growing our city. And you're being undermined and we're being undermined. And I just wanted to, I'm so frustrated. I'm so angry about what's going on. And I'm going to continue to reach out to our legislatures. And I asked our citizens to do the same. Reach out to the governor, reach out to Senator Wagner, reach out to Daniel Wen, our congressman, and let them know how you're feeling, whether you're for or against it. Let them know how you're feeling. Because we are trying as a city to say where we believe, where we would like to go. We have Deputy Tessing, advocating for us down at the state, and it seems to be going nowhere. It seems like it doesn't matter what we are asking. And I would just ask, we're fine. We want the overarching goals. We want more housing. We want people to have good housing. I don't think anyone on this dais has an issue with that or would disagree with that. But where we're running into issues is getting into the weeds. We don't need you telling us what our setbacks are, our lot coverage, our FAR, our height. Give us some credibility that we actually know how we can manage maintaining and running our city, maintaining the character of our city, while at the same time addressing these bigger issues. Set high goals, overarching goals, but get out of the weeds, please. We've had enough.
Thank you, Councilor Burdick. No, it's not our fault that we made the best-looking community in the state, you know? Councilor Wendland.
I agree with both of you. I have a question. With all the mishmashing of all this stuff, people are going to apply for some things in the next couple years, few years. And I guess, I don't know, to whoever wants to answer it, do we have any concerns about the robust amount of changes and somebody comes in and needs their permit approved? Are we able to make good decisions of approving that permit with such gray matter that's out there? And do we have any liability going forward that if all of a sudden 3 years from now, somebody says, oh, well, gosh, you know, Joe Smith got his whatever approved, and now you're telling me I'm not. So will we have any precedent-setting decisions that might bite us in the whatever?
I'll answer your questions very directly in 3 ways. I think your first question was, does or should the city have concern about the issue you just raised? Yes. I think your second question was essentially, is this going to create difficulties both in the application now, but in creating a class of people in between the time that the regulation takes effect and potentially the time that the regulation sunsets? We created a class of people, and there will be another class of people who are not in that class. And the answer is yes, that creates, I would not say liability for the city. I would say that what it creates is a difficult problem for the courts, actually. And if you'll allow me this, this situation is not all that different than about, when was it, 25 years ago when Multnomah County declared that same-sex marriage licenses, that they would issue those licenses. And if you'll recall, that created a class of people who got married in Multnomah County, and the courts had to resolve what the status, the legal status of those individuals were once the constitutional prohibition against same-sex marriages was passed. So this situation is not directly on all fours, but you are correct, in my opinion, Councilor Wendland, that the legislature has created potentially a very similar dynamic, which is a class of people who will be under the state's program. And if it sunsets, we will have created a problem for the courts to solve.
And I guess I would think of that sunset more as a pilot. I'm sorry, I've been around this universe a long time, and just because there's no such thing as a sunset, I think you should assume that someone will remember in 2031 that they have to lift the sunset, that you should think of this as a pilot project. I don't mean to be cynical.
No, but
I think the challenge for us, I mean, in reality, is the challenge for us has been that we have spent so much time chasing code updates, mandates. We get new ones that conflict with the old ones. We actually haven't even seen, with the exception of the 2 cottage cluster projects that are happening in first edition, we haven't really seen whether or not the original 2017 bills and 2019 bills are actually working. We don't know. And so we're amending code that really hasn't had a chance to work. And so for me, the issue is we have no idea and can't really have a meaningful conversation about what is the effect of this stuff. Right. Because the reality is it's never settled down. And by the way, we're doing it in the worst financial market ever, where many of these projects are not financeable, so they're not being built. So, I mean, I think it'll be decades before we know whether this stuff turns out to be good or bad.
And And our poor staff is getting pulled different directions. They can't even do their day job because they're busy chasing code.
I see why so many cities probably didn't apply for the exemptions. They probably just don't have the time to do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, maybe.
So can I
Can I
ask
get
one
it,
more
or-
question?
Yeah, of
So,
course.
so if you go in to the office, the desk, and you have your plans or whatever, you can just keep asking staff, so what else can you do for me? Is that kind of,
People do, yes. I
People
mean,
do?
it's very common, I mean, because we offer a lot of really good customer service, and so we want to help
Right.
people build the housing that they want, and so we look through the codes, we try to walk them through the codes, we say this is outright compliant, and, well, what are the flexibility, why does this standard apply, are there variances to it? We spend a lot of time helping people through that. This just adds yet another layer on top of that, along with, again, all of those other legislative updates, where staff is going to have to be keeping track of what standards are in place, are immediately implemented or coming down the road at us or amended back behind this scene. I mean, it's going to make it, there's the possibility, and again, this is my concern for the current planning staff, there's the possibility that we're not going to be able to provide very clear feedback or possibly inconsistent feedback, because we are also confused with all of these code amendments. And we do our best, we absolutely do our best. But given that this particular program, this mandatory adjustment program, and the exemption means that we're going to be broadcasting all the different ways that you can get variances, and the fact that our variances have kind of not clear and objective criteria, the amount of times we're going to have to talk about it with people and work it through for their particular project, and it's a lot of work, and it could lead to confusion on the applicant's part and staff's
do we
part,
have an
so.
extra insurance policy for these two individuals? Just in case.
Well, let me say this.
Yeah, but they're not allowed to cross the street.
Yeah, right.
That's right, okay.
Do you have police protection for them to
On
make sure
a slightly more serious note, since all of you have been so observant about the amount of time, both that planning staff, and certainly you all are aware of your own time on the dais spent on that. But I wanted to highlight for you one particular thing, which is the city manager's office and your city attorney's office have spent an extraordinary amount of time on these issues as well. And I highlight that not to tell you all, oh, woe is me, but because I think you all know your city attorney's office is undergoing a transition right now in terms of staffing. And so I wanted to highlight that for you as yet another impact that the state's mandating that these policy issues, not only forcing you all and every other city to handle them, but to handle them in a very particular way, as Councilor Verdict described, which is they are down in the weeds. And so that drains staff time, but it also drains your ability to strategically prioritize things like how might we want the city attorney's office to be restaffed.
Councilor Afghan. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ditto everything Councilor Verdict said. Appreciation for the team who has been trying to make sense out of this and has spent so much time on figuring it out. And they're so vague that you can define it many different directions. So thank you very much. Also, the frustration with what the state is doing and overruling and telling the cities how they need to do it and what they need to do. It sure feels like the way the federal government is treating the states, and the states is now, I feel like they're treating us that way, which doesn't feel good, and it takes our authority away from us taking care of our residences. So it's frustrating. One of the things I wanted to also say is that I don't like this, I don't care for this 90% mandatory requirement, because we may do our due diligence and all of a sudden we find ourselves at 89% and we must approve the last application that's so crazy that it's unbelievable. Then, as Councilor Wetland says, now we have a precedent. Everybody else wants to do that. and it does not work. It's just walking into a trap. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good point. Thank you, Councilor Afghan. Well, I think it would be good, let's kind of, as you said, see how things play out, and then maybe we can schedule time down the road to kind of come back and see if we need to evaluate any further. But in the meantime, thank you for your work on the topic and keeping us apprised.
Thank you so much for that clear direction. I really appreciate it. We will start the work.
Thank you very much.
You can live with that decision?
Well, we have to.
Okay.
So, yes, enthusiastically and with a smile.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you both. Thanks. Well, next, we're going to move into a public hearing. We have before us ordinances 2931 and 2965, as well as Resolution 24-29. We are going to we have Ms. Diamond and Director Rooney coming to present, but while they're getting set up, we'll start with a review of the hearing procedure by Ms. Osnak.
Thank you, Mayor Buck, members of the council. Now is the time set for a public hearing on Resolution 2429, Ordinance 2931, Ordinance 2965, all of which relate to LOC, our Chapter 51, which are utility facilities in the public rights-of-way. This is a legislative decision, and it is in your sound discretion. The public hearing process will begin with a presentation by staff. Testimony will then be received from the public, subject to the time limits in the agenda, which for the purposes here, I will remind everyone, is 5 minutes per person unless you are part of a designated group, which industry is not. So it should be 5 minutes per person. You may cede your time for testimony to another person, but in no case shall any person's testimony be increased to greater than 10 minutes. I'll ask now, as I do for every legislative decision, if there are any financial conflicts of interest for councilors, and I'll pause. Hearing none, we are ready for the staff report.
Okay, wonderful. And this is a continuation of public hearing, so we're back.
Yes, we are. Good evening, Mayor and councilors. My name is Erica Rooney, Public Works Director and City Engineer. With me this evening, because it is evening, yes, is Nell Diamond, our Management Analyst in Public Works. And then also remotely, we have Nancy Werner from Bradley Werner LLC, who is our legal counsel on this topic. And as you said, Mayor, this is pretty much a continuation. We were with you all last spring. We had a public hearing at that time, and it was continued in order to address a number of concerns that were brought up. And so we are back here today to kind of reboot it a little bit. We're going to cover some things that we did cover last time as well, but just to remind everybody, because it has been a few months. So I think it's good for us to step back, reset where we were coming from, what we're trying to accomplish, and then answer any questions you might have. With that, I'll turn it over to Nell.
Thank you, Director Rooney. For the records, this is Nell Diamond, with a management analyst with the City of Lake Oswego speaking. And again, we're going to review the utilities and right-of-way with 2 ordinances and 1 resolution to review and hopefully pass today. So let me get this started. Well, there we are. So a brief review. What is the row? What are we talking about as far as access? The right-of-way is the land that the city owns and manages on behalf of the public. So it's our largest and most valuable asset. And while the community uses the public, uses the right-of-way every day, our private and public utilities also use these areas. Hang on, we got a little bit of a... We'll try this. Sorry, we got a little technical difficulty. There we go. Okay. So who uses our right-of-way right now? Just to review, we have PGE, Comcast, a lot of the trucks you see all around. We also have the smaller cell providers. We also have Crown Castle, Ziply, Verizon, Lumen. None of this will apply to any public utilities that we provide, such as our drinking water, storm water, wastewater, et cetera. So what we are doing here is we are, as Director Rooney says, rebooting. and looking to update the original Chapter 51, which was passed by the Ordinance 2804. It was passed in 2019, and the purpose was to standardize the terms for the utility rights-of-way and the way that they're managed, because before they used to have individual franchise contracts. We still have a couple of franchises, but most of them now are managed through a licensing process that is standardized throughout the utility world. We established a regulatory framework for permitting the small cell wireless facilities that is consistent with FCC requirements, including the size, location, and appearance standards. All right. So a little history. In 2021, we hired a consultant to help with managing the licensing of the utility providers and also proposed some updates to our code, Chapter 51. We also proposed changes with a telecommunication legal firm that was under contract with the city at that time. We had changes in personnel with both departments. We had COVID. A lot of the completion of review was delayed until last year, 2024. And again, the recommendations to amend the codes for Chapter 21 were made, but they've since been modified for current standards. So we continued our process, and again, we were looking, the goal is to add clarity, revise definitions, and review the fee structures for the utilities in the right-of-way. And then we held the public hearing that you all attended as well on March 18th of this year. Concerns from the wireless utility stakeholders were raised at the hearing during the public hearing process. We did a listening session after that time on April 14th, and we have now drafted updated ordinances and a resolution that we are looking to have finalized. So what are we looking at? Why is this different? What's unique about the wireless? The wireless communication facilities typically includes the antennas, the structures, and equipment that is on city-owned or structures or poles that are in the public right-of-way. And so there's a macro cell tower, which I'm pointing at with my mouse there, and those are the larger cell towers that you see. And then we also have the small cells, and these complement the larger tower and allow for more room or more coverage for our cellular services. And I've got a couple of more illustrations just to help, because this is unique in their model. The small cell deployments complement the bigger towers and add the coverage that is needed. And so you can look around and see different versions of this. They're on street lights or utility poles. Sometimes they're on a standalone pole. And then within that, there's fiber that is down here that's in the right-of-way that feeds these cellular providers. So that's a very high level. It's probably where I need to stay, but that's how it works. So they use the wire line to power up and utilize for the cellular coverage. So again, that's one more illustration here for your review. There's the macro cell, which is the larger tower, and then the small cells allow for additional coverage in more density areas. So we're proposing today, we have amendments. We have Ordinance 2931, which amends Chapter 51, regulating the utility facilities. We have Ordinance 2965, which will replace the old Ordinance 2820 that updates the regulations for wireless facilities in the right-of-way. And then we have Resolution 2429, which updates the fees and revises the methodology that was presented from before. So I'm going to go through each one, just real high level. 2931 will amend the Chapter 51 regulating utilities in the right-of-way. And it standardizes the term for utility providers' use of the right-of-way. The amendment requires licensees to provide details about their use of our facilities, where are they, and if they are subleasing to other companies. And that'll come up in a minute. It will include a framework for permitting small cell facilities. There are more details in the other ordinance. And it'll update and align city regulations and fees with FCC laws that provide for operating in the right-of-way in cities. And similar to some of the other discussions that we've heard before, our local ordinances need to comply with the FCC law. So 2965 pertains specifically to wireless. It replaces Ordinance 2820. It'll ensure the consistency with the local, state, and federal laws. And the new ordinance provides for a little more consistency in language with Chapter 51, and then also corrects some minor errors. And again, it's specifically for small cell wireless facilities, and it's consistent with FCC requirements, and including our design standards that align with city regulations. So Resolution 2429, that will update the fee amounts and revise the methodology and address the concerns of the wireless stakeholders that were brought up last March. We feel it gives fee clarity. It separates fees for utility service providers, which are facility owners, and utility service utility service operators and utility service providers. And there are differences. The operator is the one that has the hardware, has what you see in the infrastructure, and frequently that capacity is leased to other providers. The small cell wireless facility definition will now match the federal code definition. And the gross revenue charge, which we had proposed before, the wireless company, we have changed that to address these concerns. The wireless companies will pay an annual fee consistent with applicable law instead of the 5% gross fee that the other utilities pay. We have worked with the wireless stakeholders, and this is a timeline for you of what we've done. We proposed that we were going to make these amendments in June of 2024. We received response letters from Crown Castle, CTIA, and Wireless Policy Group. On March 18th, we had that public hearing that I just reviewed, and then the testimony was received at that hearing from Wireless Policy, AT&T, Verizon, Crown Castle, CTIA, and they expressed their concerns about these ordinances. The concerns raised were the fee clarity, city definition of what is a wireless facility, the 5% of revenue as a fee methodology, the additional attachment fees, process for clarity of how we were going to remove their equipment if that became the case that we had to do that. Since that hearing, we met with them in April, and the forum participants were similar, the Wireless Policy Group, AT&T, Verizon, Crown Castle, CTIA. So we're going to go through here revision, what their concern were and what our response has been. The revision now separates, they had a concern about fee clarity. The revision now separates the fees for wire communication facilities, again, the hardware that you see, and the wireless communication service providers, which are the entities that would lease from the hardware providers. The entities are both, that happen to be both, if they own the hardware and they also are the same company that are providing service to the end users, they will not be double charged. The second one is the definition of small wireless facilities. What does that mean? That's been updated to match the federal regulation, which also means if there's a change on the federal level, that will automatically change what is in our ordinance because it will match that code. The gross revenue charge and attachment fee concerns. This was a big one. Instead of the 5% gross revenue fee, the wireless owners in the right-of-way will pay an annual fee And there are two definitions now, or two categories that we've defined. The one is the wireless service facilities, which again, this is the hardware, the entities that own, place, operate, maintain the hardware in our right-of-way, and they will pay a cost-based fee per the FCC rules. Cost-based fees are what does it cost the city to manage this? It's not a profit center, it's not a tax, it's a cost-based fee. And for the hardware, for the facilities, that fee is $627.47. And again, we went through that process of determining what it's really costing us to manage the facility. The communication services, they are the lessees. They're the entities that lease facilities to provide the services to the end user. We do not require a license in this new ordinance, and that just requires a $400 fee per year so that we're aware of what they're doing and managing that process. The city removal of equipment concern, we have addressed that. We have put language in there that we will use qualified personnel following our state and federal safety laws. And again, we look to incorporate these concerns in congruence with City Council's policy goals. So our recommendation is to enact ordinances, these two ordinances, 2931, 2965, and adopt Resolution 2429. So, open for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Diamond. I have a question.
Okay.
Actually, Councilor Afghan, do you have a question? Or was that from before? Is that left over? Oh, it's left over. Okay. Okay. Do these providers, oh, does he have a question? Sorry, Councilor.
I do not, Mr. Mayor.
It's okay.
Thank you. You don't have a question?
I do not have a question, but I wanted to give a shout out to Director Rooney, who analyzed all these letters that we got and pulled the team together to look at it legally and also address some of the concerns they brought up. Sounds like lobbyists, but overall, Director Rooney, thank you for doing that.
Thank you, Counselor, and a big shout out to Nell and to Nancy Warner, who's remote, who helped pull that all together on our behalf.
For the service providers and the, what was the other category? Facilities owner. Are these fees, do these entities, do they have a business license in the city?
Yes.
They get a business license?
Yes, if it's a separate entity, it would.
Okay. So to operate within the city, they have a business license and pay the, now these fees?
Yeah, they'd have it, that's all, yeah, that's
operation.
a separate
thing?
They would have a
Okay.
business license.
Okay. Does it, for the purposes of this whole thing, does it matter who owns the pole?
City-owned pole?
Versus, or if it's, I saw the different examples. I mean, some was like a utility pole, some was
Yeah.
that mothership pole.
As far as the mounting goes, the fee, the two fees that I just discussed would be the same, so.
It matters if it's in the right-of-way. Some cell facilities are on private property or other entity property, so
And that doesn't matter, yeah.
The type of pole it's on, if it's in the right-of-way, doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter what kind of pole it's on. Okay, whether it's a city-owned pole or whether it's a pole
Yeah, if it's
just
in the
for
right
these
of way. Where
facilities.
Where it's physically
Only in the
located.
Like a
in the right of way.
privately owned pole
Yeah, if it's on,
in the public right-of-way.
well, it's in the right of way, there will be
matters.
fees associated with being physically in the right of way.
Regardless of
Yes.
whether it's a publicly owned light pole or a
Right.
privately owned pole just for this purpose.
It could be a PGE pole, for instance, or a lumen pole, and there's a lot of our poles are others. We don't own all of the poles you see around here.
Okay, but there is no doubt that the facilities for which we're charging these fees are, because some of the feedback we got was that these are not in the right-of-way. And that didn't quite make sense to me. That was some of the written testimony provided, was that it's not in the right-of-way. That didn't make sense, because aren't they clearly in the right-of-way?
Well, that's what we're talking
Mayor, I
about.
think
Yeah,
that-
I'm sure I understood
Thank
that.
you for clarifying, and, the industry is here, and I strongly encourage you all to ask questions about what their concerns were. But to answer your question, Mayor Buck, wait, remind me again. Sorry.
The ordinance applies to poles in the right-of-way.
Yes, yes, thank you. The right-of-way is what triggers the application of the ordinance.
That's right.
So if
We'll
the
have to ask
industry is telling you, we're very concerned that this code applies to things that are not in the right-of-way, the answer is, the code says it applies to
In the
things that
right
are
of-
in the right-of-way.
Okay, thank you. I know it sounds like a silly thing to ask, but that
Okay.
was the feedback, so I had to ask, okay. Counselor Windland, please.
So when you said back on the slide that we're foregoing a 5% franchise fee for just a standardized fee?
Flat fee.
That's correct.
Flat fee.
So that's fine, if that's what you guys want, but what are the differences in real numbers? Because, I mean, in all honesty, that doesn't really tell me jack diddly about what we would be receiving versus what we're proposing to receive. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I can speak to this based on what was presented at the March meeting. Right now, when you look at all of our utility providers, 95% of them are what we call the larger providers, and we get about 3.1 million. Out of that, we have about 5%. This is going off of the figures presented in March. So we're looking at about 150,000. So,
Out
yeah.
of that group that would not be part of the 5% franchise fee?
Yeah.
Okay. It just was a little confusing, and it sounds like we're giving up 5% of a lot of revenue for $628.23, or whatever that number was. Future, you can round up. That's probably good for the city. Then, I guess, after all this, you presented, I mean, industry will talk to us, but do you have, do you feel like the process that we went through was a fair process, that everybody had their issues, I guess, clarified and raised, and there was a mutual decision somewhat, or did we? What do you think
I'll
we
address
stand?
this, Councilor Willand. I want to be very respectful of the fact that that I think what is fairest to say is that because the small cell wireless in particular is a difficult area legally, it is primarily regulated at the federal level, but local jurisdictions have a stake, that I think the fairest assessment of how the city has handled this is that it's taken some time. And so I think probably from the industry's perspective, it may feel like that the process was lengthy and we weren't coming to, a straight arrow decision. I think that's probably fair. What is also fair is that we took this much time precisely so that we could say yes to you in this moment, that we did our absolute best to listen to the industry, to take into account federal law, and to take into account your policy goals. And we believe strongly that the package we've presented today balances all of those things very fairly. But of course, the industry has a different set of goals, and that are not entirely clear in terms of why they object to the compromise that we've reached, because as you point out, there's a big difference between charging 5% of gross and having a one-time annual fee. So I'm not quite certain what the industry's concerns are or about that, but I do understand that from their perspective, it's been a lengthy process that has not, and we have gone through several iterations of the code, and I could imagine that would be frustrating. But I can say, both as the city attorney and having worked closely with staff and have, several outside consulting attorneys, that our entire purpose here was frankly to engage in a process that was very fair and where we felt like we were taking into account all of the concerns that industry expressed, with a very clear goal of complying legally. We need to treat everybody similarly, but also the very clear goals that we heard from you all about. We do not want our code to discourage small cell providers from expanding coverage, from making our coverage better here in Lake Oswego. And so that was a goal that we were laser focused on.
So that brings me to, thank you for the lead into my next question is there any performance language in this that we have some dead zones in Lake Oswego, and frankly, I want them fixed. And I'm willing to stall this out until they're fixed, or maybe go up to some other arrangement, because I think we speak for the consumer as well as the city. And I have to tell you, I mean, it's when I talk to my friends who are living in places like Moldova and Ukraine and different places that are worn, torn, and under siege. I talk to people, our friends down that all over the world that have coverage wherever they frickin' go, and it's good coverage and it's fast coverage. And I'm in Lake Oswego, and I'm paying taxes that are obnoxious on all my utility bills. I mean, I think it's funny when you look at a utility bill and you see what the base rate charge is, and then you see taxes that almost double what you're paying. And this is just how we're set up. But I think the consumer should have something for that. And I don't know, maybe there's nothing we can do, but I think I want to put in there, I would love to have a performance clause that if they don't perform, we're going to review this and we're going to either raise money to build more poles and put stuff in. I don't know. But I'm tired of the dead zones. And that's one of my biggest complaints from consumers. And the biggest compliment is paving. So let's have compliments about self-service.
That might be a Nancy question.
Yeah. Actually, Nancy, I'd like to redirect it, Councilor Wendland. What we've tried to do is to build exactly the incentives that you want in the code, right? The code can act as an incentive in terms of this very creative idea, and I know exactly where it comes from, your strong business sense that can't we have a performance obligation? I think, Nancy and I would be happy to look into that. But what I think might be most helpful for you in this moment is to direct your concern to the very people that could solve your problem. And they are about to come up before you.
Okay, we'll wait. I'm excited.
Nancy, did you want to add anything?
No, I think that covers it. I mean, I guess I could say that I don't think you have clear legal authority right now to mandate build out for wireless providers, but I agree with the city attorney that this is a great thing to raise with the wireless companies when they come to speak before you.
Thank you for bringing it up, Councilman. I agree. It is kind of crazy. Councilman Boop and I will talk to each other halfway around the world, and we get great service, but then when we're both in Lake Oswego, we can't even complete the call, which is just like nuts. So true. Yeah. I know. Okay. Councilor Boop.
Yeah, I mean, I just thank you very much for, I was pretty upset and like really sort of angry. I mean, when the providers are saying that the city is breaking the law, and we don't break the law. We are the city of Lake Oswego. We have counsel, we have legal counsel that my frustration comes from what my fellow counsel just said. It's very frustrating that you call from Senegal, in an island that's called Jofior. You can go check it. It's in Senegal. It's an island in the middle of the ocean. Michael Murrow and myself were calling the mayor of Lake Oswego. We lost him. And we had coverage over there. And it's, don't tell me, it's not the satellite of Elon Musk. No, it's the coverage of an underdeveloped country. And here we have Comcast. We have all the folks who are here today to say they are not even, they cannot do that in Lake Oswego, and they are mad that we put some fees that they need to pay for just being a citizen, because we are a city, sort of a non-profit. You guys have a lot of profit, a lot of money that you make over us. That's what corporate America is doing, 100% capitalistic view. And it's good, we are fine with that. You are doing things, but you making profits. So, I mean, you should have, for me, it's even not arrogance, but it's like unquestionable that you folks are coming to say, oh, for $600, it's too much to pay this. And no, you are charging, I'm paying for Comcast, I pay almost $300 a month for sometimes for nothing, because we are in the 21st century. This thing should be even free. But and I'm not like, my frustration comes from there. But in spite of all of that, you are not doing your job. If even AT&T you come in your own home, in my garage, I don't have coverage. And I don't understand, what, is it the city's role? We gave you all the right of way to use everything for us to have service, but we don't. And people, there are many dead zones in Lake. On Boone's Ferry, many places you have an emergency, you are in big trouble. Even without a major thing like a storm or anything, you are having problems. So I think, honestly, you should sit this one out. You shouldn't come here and talk about oh, you have to do this and that. And I'm being very nice, honestly. We should vote, my fellow council, just like vote the resolution and move on.
I think you actually do need to have the public
No, we
hearing.
I
I think you're ready for it, Your Honor.
we are ready for it, but I just want to say that that's not normal. And I am talking on behalf of the people of Lake Oswego who elected me. Like I said last time, no corporate or nobody else control what I am saying. It's the people of Lake Oswego who are frustrated, like I am, on the service they receive from you, and you should, thank you for your work, and
thank you, Councilor
I had to
Booth.
say this,
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and reopen this continued public hearing, and you two stay close. And and thank you two for your patience through the meeting. Troy Gagliano, if you you two can both come up and sit, and
we'll talk.
Leela Vega. Hello. And you both represent Verizon.
We do. We both. I'm with Wireless Policy Group, Leela Vega with Wireless Policy Group here on behalf of Verizon.
Okay.
And
Do you
I'm
want
Troy.
to?
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Please go ahead.
Troy Gagliano with Verizon.
Which one of you wants to go first?
I'll go first if that's all right with you, Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
I will go first because I actually want to address exactly the question that you asked with respect to private property. But first, let me just say, I'm very grateful to staff. We all are within our industry. We appreciate the meetings that were held. We appreciate the response to a number of our concerns. I would say that we are down to fine-tuning points at this point in terms of our concerns. And I do want to assure you that this is a step better than what was previously in place, and we have projects that we're hoping to bring to town. So we hear from our customers as well. So to your point about our concerns with the private property piece, I want to take some time to explain in detail what we're talking about there. So the macro facilities, the larger cell towers, are primarily on private property. In Lake Oswego, the code actually doesn't allow those in the right-of-way, so they're all on private property or property that's outside of the right-of-way here in Lake Oswego. One surprise that we received in that April meeting was the understanding that the city is considering the provision of fiber service from a third party, so every time you build a macro tower, you have power and fiber optic connectivity delivered to that tower in the same way that most businesses or structures get fiber and power and other utilities provided to that site. Well, what we learned in that meeting is that having fiber optic service delivered to that site is considered a use of the right-of-way. And even if a wireless provider's facilities are entirely on private property within the city, that wireless providers would still be considered utility providers under the management of the right-of-way code because they contract for that fiber service. So you've got the operator who owns the structure. So in the case of fiber, you've got the operator that owns the fiber, the provider, which is sometimes the same entity, sometimes a different one, that contracts with the customer for service across that infrastructure. And then you've got the customer that then uses that service. What we're being told is that even though in this scenario we're the customer who uses that service, that we would be considered a utility provider. Now, the situation in which we agree that wireless would absolutely be a utility provider is if there is a wireless facility, a small cell in the right-of-way that is built by an infrastructure company, for example, Crown Castle or Extenet come in and they build these, and they own all of the infrastructure to send out the wireless signal from these small cells, and then the wireless carrier, so a Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile, would license with them to use their equipment to send our radio frequency signals. In that instance, we unequivocally would be a utility provider managed under the right-of-way code. The concern is being managed under the right-of-way code when none of your facilities are located in the right-of-way, simply for being a customer of the fiber service. And it's our contention that wireless service and fiber service are materially different things. They are not the same service. And so the logic of if you're using exactly the same infrastructure to provide exactly the same service, whether you're operating it or not, that you would then be a provider if you're providing service over that infrastructure. But if you need additional infrastructure on a private property to create a materially different service, then you're not using the right-of-way, certainly no more than any other consumer of that utility is using the right-of-ways, for example, a data center or a coffee shop or whatever else. So to answer your question, that's our specific concern there. The only other point that I'd like to personally raise is just we appreciate the addressing the gross revenue fee concerns, and I think that Council was correct. This is a highly complicated area of law, and there are a lot of things that we can talk about that go back and forth on that. I am curious to see. Just know what costs break down into the $627 and change in that fee, and only because this is something where generally when we see a fee that is set at a level that is different from the presumed safe harbor rate as set in federal law, there's usually just some kind of breakdown with that allows us to see how that's cost-based. Now, it's just something that we generally see as a standard practice, and it always creates a sense of curiosity for us. Where'd that number come from? What costs are it based on? What is the city doing to monitor and manage our small cells in the right-of-way? Because frankly, most of the actual management of those facilities is truly handled by the wireless carrier and the owner of the pole, be that PGE or be that the wireless carrier who built the pole or the infrastructure company. So those are the two items I wanted to address with you, and thank you again to staff for the responsiveness and consideration, and thank you to council for hearing our many, many comments. Appreciate it.
Could you just, what are some of the names of the companies that you represent that operate within Lake Oswego?
Within Lake Oswego? I am here today representing Verizon.
Just Verizon?
I am here representing Verizon. Wireless Policy Group as a firm represents various members in the wireless industry, others outside the wireless industry, but I am here today representing Verizon and specifically working for Troy.
Okay. Are there other wireless providers, though, that the group represents that work in Lake Oswego?
Yeah, so Meredy Pabst, I believe, is testifying today. She's representing AT&T.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I believe that's everyone you're going to hear from today representing But Wireless Policy Group.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Troy Gagliano with Verizon. I had some comments, but I'm prepared to just throw those aside because I do want to address your concerns and see what questions I can answer for you. So if I stumbled, forget it. I'm just going to forget what I was going to say. But to Leela's point, and I'm relatively new to telecom. I had a 25-year career in energy, so I'm learning a lot of this myself. And one thing I've learned that you eloquently explained, I'll put it in even more simple terms for myself as a new guy, and I know this can help from a lay audience. In Lake Oswego, Verizon doesn't own any of those towers in the images. We don't own any of the fiber optic cable. Right? Crown Castle owns that, Lumen owns that, and we just lease, we pay them, they pay the 5% gross revenue fees, and they should. If Verizon did have that infrastructure in the right of way, we certainly should too, but we just lease that space. I think of it as an apartment building. The county charges that apartment building owner property tax, and that's fair, but do they then go and charge each individual tenant property tax just for the use? That's not fair. And that's the fairness question. And Commissioner, Counselor, to your point, yeah, we're not arguing about the $400 or anything else. It was really that, the kind of double dipping or fairness question. I do know, and I haven't analyzed the siting policies in Senegal or a lot of other places, but I do know that working in Oregon and Washington for over 20 years, these are some of the toughest places to site infrastructure. Just comes down to visual impact. I'm sure you all hear from neighbors and citizens a lot. I don't like the looks of that thing. Telecom's not alone. Energy had to deal with that too. But I do know that we have some engineers looking specifically at putting some small cells in Lake Oswego to address some of the gaps that you're talking about. I don't know exactly where they're talking about. I'd be happy to follow up to learn about any spots for you, you know. All day. I would love to do that. I would love to do that, seriously. And I could bring the engineer, or I can take it back to them, but that's the kind of thing, you know, let's get everything on the hood and try to figure out the problems together.
Yes, I'll take that.
Thank you.
I would love to meet them and show them many parts.
Yeah.
Iron Mountain, many citizens, many houses.
Yeah. And I might, 2 minutes here. I made, any questions on that, or did that kind of
Please
clarify?
go ahead, because we can ask questions.
Okay, thank you. The only other thing I might share is just kind of like the demand in data usage that we're building to keep up with. In 2021 to 2023 alone, data usage in the United States doubled. That's the largest ever increase of wireless data that the industry's ever seen. And that's expected to continue, like a tripling of data usage amongst Americans by 2029. A couple things about who is using wireless technology. I'll share some numbers here. These are from the National Center for Health Statistics. They're part of the Center for Disease Control. And these are for the last half of 2024. So if you look at income levels, and I'm sorry, this is for a percentage of Americans living in homes that are wireless only. People have a wireless device, no landline. If you look at income, low-income families, those below the federal poverty threshold, 83% are in wireless-only homes. Renters, 88% of renters live in wireless only. Ethnic background, Hispanic adults are at 85%. And even at age from 18 to 64, the average is 86% of those folks, those Americans that age, live in wireless-only homes. That's a lot of people. And Verizon spends about $17 billion every year investing in our networks, expanding and maintaining them. It's important to keep in mind, though, those engineers that I mentioned, Counselor, those budgets for us are set at a national level, and those upgrades go to where the path is cleanest, the rules are fairest and most clear. And so I'd encourage the city to keep the rules fair and clear. I definitely commend staff for the conversation and the open dialogue about the decisions where they landed on not the 5%. We appreciate that very much. The only thing remaining we have is the concern is the volumetric limitations on small cells, 3 cubic feet and 6 cubic feet. That's among the lowest we see in the region. So that's something we could perhaps pick up. And my engineers there have said, like, we could maybe, 3 to 6 feet, we maybe make that work. But I would just ask for continued conversation and flexibility to allow for, an exception perhaps where it might be warranted, depending on a specific location to try to boost service. With that, I'll wrap. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions for us too? Councilor Winland?
Yeah, no, I honestly would follow up with you because our citizens are not happy about that. And anything that can help us, I am taking it. You give me any time to meet. I did it with PGE, I can do it with you. I am free. You tell me we can walk. I can, and probably people who are listening, they're gonna send the emails.
Yeah.
And tell us that I know many places in Lake Oswego where you have nothing. Iron Mountain, you start, imagine someone talking a business thing, drive to thing and loss. You can lose millions of dollars. You can health-wise, there are a lot of things. So Iron Mountain would be a priority, and then we go from there, from other places. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd be delighted to do that. Look forward to that option.
Thank you, Councilor Boob. Councilor Winland?
Thanks for having the conversation with us. So explain to me sort of, so you feel like you're getting double dipped. Is that right?
Oh, not now. No, what was
so
originally
you-
proposed.
Oh, okay. So we're past the double dipping. Great. Okay. I just want to make sure that because I think we were all in the same boat that we don't like double dipping either. So that's clear. So your main concern, your outstanding main concern then is that you feel like there are cell towers or cell functioning units in places that are on private land that you're getting the right-of-way charge. Is that correct?
Yes, and frankly, when I was last here, that was not my understanding. And that was something that was clarified in the follow-up meeting in April, that being a customer of a fiber provider and having that, like, we pay the fiber provider, the fees are charged to the fiber provider based on what we pay, but that we are being regulated for use of the right-of-way for contracting for fiber. And that just doesn't check out. Like, the logical boxes aren't flowing there. That is a primary concern. We do have a few other concerns. Certainly, staff did not give everything we asked for. There is, I think, a legitimate question about whether fees for wireless providers are allowed to be a set annual fee as opposed to cost-based. There are other in-the-weeds issues. There are definitely things that are legitimate disagreements, I think, in legal interpretations of policy. But that is really the core concern that I'm left with, is that the concept of sites on private property being subject to right-of-way fees when there's no new infrastructure or use of the right-of-way, frankly, that's just unprecedented. That's just something we have not seen. And particularly concerned about that because it just opens a whole bunch of questions in terms of what are we going to see next? Where does that methodology go if we start considering using fiber service as being a use of the right-of-way when we're not having any impact on that right-of-way.
So what you're saying is that you're not even using that space. So just, but the fiber provider is paying the franchise fee.
In an example of, if I
That would
may,
be double
Counselor,
dipping.
like a lumen or a zip-lee fiber, if they are in the right-of-way, they have an impact, they have a presence there. If they got to go do some work, they have an impact on the right-of-way. Yes, they would, and if Verizon had that infrastructure in the city right-of-way, with no problem to pay the percentage of gross revenue. But what Verizon does in this example, it's a fiber optic cable. We just send, when you pick up your phone and make a call, that is data going over light in a fiber optic cable.
The landline phone, not the wireless phone.
The cable connects to something else.
So the way that it works is you've got your switching center and your fiber service, and that's usually a data center run by your fiber provider. So let's say it's Lumen. They've got their switching data center. They've got their cable that goes to, the fiber connects to the Verizon switching center on the one side. On the other side, you've got lit fiber service, so multiple users are going through that same fiber cable. They deliver a portion of service with certain data capacity to the cell site in the same way they would to your home or to a data center is a good example. They use a lot more data than we do. But generally, it's anywhere from a 1 gig to a 10 gig service that gets delivered to a cell site. And then the data that's actually traveling along that fiber cable is doing so via light. The wireless tower, the equipment at that tower, there is, baseband units, meaning basically computers. There are various components that connect to the fiber cables. There are radios that take the signals and convert them to radio waves. Wireless technology, cellular technology is radio waves. So our cell phones are using radios similar to the way you would listen to the radio in your car. It's the similar kind of wave. And so what wireless carriers are providing really is radio waves that carry data traffic on a mobile basis. We are not providing fiber service to a particular address. It's a materially different thing. And that's why most of us have a cell phone and also a home fiber or internet connection, because they're different services people use.
But the equipment in question, right, is what is these towers, these radio things that are connected to not the fiber itself.
We are being told that we would be charged, or it's not really even about the charges. I hate to even say that, because it's not even about, the $400 a year is really not the issue. The issue is we are being considered utility providers regulated under the right-of-way policy for being customers of a fiber provider.
Because the tower is on private property?
What we're told is that it's because even though our tower is on private property, the fiber goes through the right-of-way, and the only way to avoid that fee would be to have microwave backhaul services that do not touch the right-of-way, which is frankly less efficient and not practical for us.
Okay, we'll get clarification on that. Sorry, Councilor Wendland, I didn't mean to interrupt your question. I had the same one.
So I really like the statistic that you have as far as the number of houses that are wireless only. And I would say that we're probably getting closer and closer to being almost 100%.
Yeah.
Just about. I don't know.
What?
Almost,
No.
No, in the sense of landlines for telephones.
No,
Right.
No. They're talking about people that don't have like an internet connection. No internet.
They have no cable, but they only have wireless.
Only like a self-data connection.
Is that correct?
To clarify,
Right.
this statistic is talking about for voice service.
Right.
There.
So what I am saying is, yeah, but the voice service,
Voice.
and it's almost going to be 100%, I think, in the world sooner or later. I don't know who has a connected line, but I think that just goes to show that we need service that's reliable. And the unfortunate thing is it's not just in Iron Mountain when you're driving. I have neighbors in my neighborhood that basically they walk out on the street sometimes to get cell phone coverage because they don't have it in their house. And so, and I don't know, I'd like to go back to the point. I will say, I've been on council pretty long, and I remember the initial conversations that we had with the group on the size of these cell phone towers. And my understanding at the time was that the cell phone towers, yes, there was big ones that were older technology that would work, that were big and ugly. And then there was the newer ones that were coming through that were smaller and more efficient and even more powerful. And that this being like Oswego, we would like to have aesthetically nice-looking, or whatever you want to call the little cell things.
Small cells?
Small cells, because at that point, we were all going to be, by now, we would be driving our cars, or we wouldn't be driving our cars. It was all driverless at that point in time when we were talking about this, and they'd be every 500 feet, these little towers.
Right.
that hasn't happened, and that probably won't ever happen. Maybe it will, but my point is that we consciously did that. I'm unaware that the technology is that difference from big versus small, so.
I can speak to that.
Yeah.
I was presenting to councils around that time, and one of the people who was speaking to that, and I can tell you, so at that time, to fill everybody in, what was essentially communicated at that point in time is that the macro towers are still going to be needed and always will be needed as far as we know. They provide coverage over wide areas. There is more and more capacity needed, and small cells are very good at adding capacity in targeted areas where they're needed. That's still absolutely true. At that point, we thought that there would be thousands of these coming in. One every 500 feet was an estimate that we had. And frankly, they cost more and performed worse than industry thought they would. And so that leaves us in a place where we're still trying to keep up with those data demands. We need to keep up with those data demands. And there are more nuanced tools now to do that. Really, cell sites now can range anywhere from those largest macro sites down to the smallest small cells, and there's a whole gradient in between. When it comes to deployment specifically in Lake Oswego, Troy mentioned the volumetric standards. The reason that's in our notes is that Ordinance 2965 is new in this rendition and opens up that portion of the code. We'd be happy to talk to staff about the code and what's challenging in the code in terms of both macro site and small cell siting and what might help us deploy more. Certainly, this takes a step in the right direction by removing some of the fee burden on going in the right-of-way and helping us draw that investment. The small cell technology has truly evolved now, and it is the same frequencies, whether it's the big tower or the smaller towers coming in. It's just different power levels. And what we're trying to do with our small cells is add more frequencies to them so that each small cell does more, so that it provides better service. So as small cell projects come in, there is a desire to have them be still aesthetically pleasing, but not 3 cubic feet of antennas, maybe closer to 9 cubic feet of antennas, but still with design standards that keep them looking nice so that they can do more. Also, increasing our ability to site macro facilities goes a long way. And it's challenging to site macro facilities, especially near large tract residential areas. And what's happened over, I'd say, the last 20 years is that we've gone from a place where cell phones were for emergency use and landlines were your primary method of communication to now when people who have a landline, it's for emergency use and your cell phone's the primary method of communication. And it's in your home. You're using your device at home a whole lot more, not just on your cell phone when you're out. Like all 4 of us in my family are often on our cell phones in my house. I have an almost teenager and a teenager at home. So that need has been slowly shifting to needing to cover the residential areas where people are more concerned about aesthetics, but also where there are fewer places like commercial businesses, non-residential uses, where it's appropriate to site those towers. So that creates a situation where the more flexible the regulation, the easier we can bring in solutions. But it does ultimately become a nuanced case-by-case basis where you're given an objective from your radio frequency engineer that says we need to improve coverage here. You look at the local code, you look at the properties in that area, and you figure out what's feasible, and that gives you your short list of landlords you can approach, and then you see who's willing to work with you on that. Or you look at the right-of-way. And yes, several ideas. I don't want to monopolize everyone's time here, but please, we are happy to sit down and have those conversations about how to improve the ability to bring coverage and capacity, because we hear those people too. They're complaining to us too.
Mayor, if I may,
I don't know.
Go ahead. Oh, just to follow up to what Leila said, as you may imagine, it's not easy to build 80-foot towers everywhere. If we can co-locate them on, light poles at a stadium or a water tower or something like that, or a PGE pole, we certainly want to do that. But the thing, I think, the beauty of small cells is you can use that existing network of those macro sites, the big tall ones, and just kind of fill in coverage gaps and holes. If you have a road and you get a dip in the road and you get a dead zone there, you could put a small cell in that little spot, and it'll cover several hundred feet. And so you can kind of fill in with small cells and maximize the existing macro sites too.
Well, go ahead.
Okay, are we okay moving off of this? So we can, okay. Thank you both for engaging in the
Thank
back
you.
and forth and for your testimony. We appreciate you being here and sitting through all the housing
Appreciate
stuff.
it.
Thank you for your questions. We
Thank you
appreciate
all.
them.
Thank you. And there's no one online? Oh. Oh, okay. Who is, yes, yes. I have a list. Yes, okay. Meredy Pabst. Thank you for your patience, Ms. Pabst.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Buck and council members. My name is Meredy Pabst, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of AT&T. And I've been revising my comments, as you've been hearing from others. I'm hoping to avoid repeating issues. I did want to mention also how much we appreciated staff's time during this process. I would really like to compliment them on being available and listening to our concerns and trying to meet us halfway through the process. I did want to speak specifically tonight about the concerns about the methodology of the fee for wireless providers without facilities in the right-of-way. So AT&T owns no utility facilities in Lake Oswego's right-of-way. And I think one way to think about our concerns about the methodology is to look at how Oregon cities have charged fees, either right-of-way related or a service provider fee, under basically three general bases over time. And the first is with the franchise agreement, and historically that's what the city did. And AT&T does have franchises with jurisdictions like Portland and Salem, where it does have wireless facilities in the right-of-way, and it pays fees for those. But no Oregon city suggested that AT&T, if all its towers were outside the right-of-way, would need to get a franchise agreement for fiber service that it buys from someone else. That just wasn't part of the whole concept or structure of that. And it was generally understood that the purpose of the franchise was to allow occupation of the right-of-way to install and use the facilities. Then later, Oregon cities have been transitioning into right-of-way license code, which has a lot of advantages, and AT&T likes some of those advantages too. But it has found that while most Oregon cities only charge wireless providers a per site fee if they have facilities in the right-of-way, there is a minority of Oregon cities who have attempted to collect right-of-way use fees from providers that don't have any facilities in the right-of-way. And we don't think that indirect use may be used to collect fees for right-of-way use, because it's indirect, not actual use. There's a case in Oregon, Quest v. Portland, that talked about this distinction with respect to the state authorized privilege tax, and pointed out the difference between actual use and indirect use. And to the extent this local charge is to be a charge for using the right-of-way, it is our view that it can't be charged for indirect use either. The third category of fees that we've seen over time are privilege taxes charged generally for the privilege of doing business in a community, and specific to utility providers. So Portland has had the PLF and, the ULF, the utility license fee. And then there's similar fees, say Eugene has a 2% registration fee. Since 2019, state law in the corporate activity tax preempts local tax based on gross receipts. I haven't seen any new taxes passed since then. Here we feel like this fee looks more like a charge for the privilege of doing business in the city because there's no actual use of the right-of-way under this fact pattern. It's called a right-of-way use fee instead. And again, we appreciate that the fee amount has changed. It's a percentage of revenue now, or excuse me, it's a flat fee now rather than a percentage of revenue. But I can tell you that AT&T has been declining to pay these fees based on this methodology in Oregon and would likely do in this instance as well. Finally, I want to chime in on additional comments that you received from CTIA and others tonight. Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Pabst.
Can we talk to her?
Okay, let's move
Okay,
on.
okay.
Yeah,
because like
Kathy
we
Putt.
don't pay, like they decline to pay, then we get them out of our city. That's all. That's.
Yeah, she's coming up here. Hi, Ms. Putt.
Hi there. Well, you guys have had a long meeting, and I apologize. I'm going to take it just a little bit longer because unlike the wireless carriers who have already testified, I am representing Crown Castle, which is a wireless infrastructure provider. So we are just a little bit different and our concerns are just a little bit different. So for the record, I'm Kathy Putt. I do external affairs for Crown Castle throughout the Pacific Northwest. Crown Castle is a shared wireless infrastructure provider operating here in Lake Oswego. Super appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony today on proposed ordinance 2931, proposed resolution 2429, and proposed ordinance 2965. As you know, wireless services are critically important in today's economy and in our everyday lives. But in order to provide this critical service, we need the ability to operate and upgrade our networks periodically. Unfortunately, none of that will be possible if the proposed legislation is adopted in its current form. While the staff report states that stakeholder concerns have been addressed, our concerns as a wireless infrastructure provider have not been addressed despite numerous letters, meetings, and discussions with staff. Starting with proposed ordinance 2931, section 5101.100, which can be found on page 84 of your packet, leased capacity. As currently written, this section would create an effective prohibition of service for Crown Castle. As a wireless infrastructure provider, Crown Castle builds, operates, and maintains a network of towers, fiber, and small wireless facilities, and then we lease capacity of those facilities to our carrier customers. Crown Castle owns the facility, including the antennas, the fiber, and all the related equipment, except for the radio, which is still owned by our carrier customer. That is where the spectrum comes from. Subsection 2 does not allow a provider to lease capacity on its network to others if additional equipment owned by a lessee is required. As currently written, this section would not allow us to lease capacity to our customers, which is really the entire basis of our business model. As a side note, this language is new and has not been an issue in the past, so it is very unclear why the city is pressing for such prohibitive language. Deletion of this requirement would allow us to continue to operate within city limits, and therefore we strongly urge you to reconsider this provision. Moving on to section 5101.130, public right-of-way fee, also problematic in that it charges fees on both the operator, us, and our customers for use of the same facilities. As the licensee or operator of the facilities in the right-of-way, we expect to pay for use of the right-of-way. However, federal law dictates that those fees associated with our usage need to be based on actual and reasonable costs to maintain the right-of-way. There is no cost to the city when our customer uses our infrastructure to provide service, and therefore they should not be required to pay any fees to the city for such use. This whole section requires further work because it is focused on imposing fees for various types of users of the right-of-way, rather than imposing cost-based fees on telecom facilities located in the right-of-way. Switching to proposed resolution 2429 related to fees, despite staff reports stating that stakeholder concerns were addressed, our concerns have not been addressed. On page 2, the city proposes to charge utility operators such as Crown Castle separate fees for both small wireless facilities and for the fiber that is a critical component of the small wireless facility network. Neither of these fees, however, appear to be cost-based, as is required by federal law. In fact, page 17 of the staff report mentions that entities that own, place, operate, or maintain small wireless facilities in the right-of-way pay cost-based fees per FCC rules. And yet the fees recommended in this resolution do not appear to be based on city right-of-way costs. On the next page, the city proposes to charge service providers who don't own facilities in the right-of-way a flat fee of $400 per year. Again, these providers are using existing facilities in the right-of-way, so there shouldn't be any cost associated to the city, and therefore no fees should be applied. Switching to proposed ordinance 2965, Crown Castle listed numerous issues with this ordinance in our written comments submitted yesterday. There are significant portions of this ordinance that are not consistent with federal regulations, and as currently written, would preclude Crown Castle from even being able to upgrade our existing facilities in Lake Oswego. This ordinance was originally adopted in 2019, and a lot has changed since that time. I recommend that the city conduct a comprehensive rewrite of this legislation, as it is overly restrictive and out of compliance with federal rules. In summary, if adopted in their current form, these changes will prohibit Crown Castle from building or operating its existing wireless network. If the city values connectivity and private sector investment, we urge you to delay adoption until we can reach a mutually agreeable solution that conforms with federal regulations. It is important that you understand that it is regulations like these that drive projects out of one community and into the next. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Putt. Appreciate your testimony. Skip Newberry. Skip here. Oh, Councilor Afghan, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Hold on, Skip. Sorry. Councilor Afghan, go ahead.
I had a question for the person who was just talking about Newcastle, the hardship. I was wondering how much are we talking about a year that this hardship is referred to?
Well, it's not that it's a hardship. I think the dollar figures are rather small. It's that they're not, the way they're calculated, they are not calculated pursuant to federal law, which requires that they be cost-based. So whether you're charging 5% gross revenues, whether you're charging a per linear foot fee for fiber, those are not cost-based. And you should also not be allowed to charge, I think another council member said, so are we past the double dipping issue? No, we're not past the double dipping issue. Rather than charging one operator twice, though, you're charging us and you're charging the carrier customer for use of the same facility. So unfortunately, the standards that are in 2965 would not allow us to even upgrade our existing facilities. We're actually exploring a project currently to upgrade our existing facilities, and these standards wouldn't allow us to do that. So, you know, somebody else had previously said, what is our goal? Our goal is to deploy in a community where the fees and the regulations are consistent with federal regulations. And if they're not, we're not going to fight about it. We'll just go on to the next community. I hope that answers your question.
It did. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Councilor Afghan. Mr. Newberry, thank you for waiting. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'll be brief. My name is Skip Newberry, and I serve as President and CEO of the Technology Association of Oregon. We represent 500 tech and tech-enabled companies in the region, many of them located in Lake Oswego as well. As you heard earlier, the pace of technological change is only increasing, and reliance by residents as well as businesses on wireless infrastructure is increasing with it. And with this dependence, we're increasingly looking to this technology to supply things like healthcare and banking and education and government services and public safety and employment opportunities. And to remain competitive, we have to compete both to attract residents and businesses and keep them here. So we also need to make sure we're an attractive place for wireless companies to invest. And achieving digital equity and economic development goals really isn't possible without taking practical steps to ensure this type of investment continues. And so it was great to hear today that constructive dialogue has been happening with city staff and many of the wireless providers We respectfully ask that the city try to keep rules flexible to allow for innovation in wireless technology. And a specific example would be in the design standards proposed for small cells included in Ordinance 2965. So that's great. We'd encourage the city not to be too restrictive here and allow for evolution of the technology, which continues to change and evolve. And please consider further dialogue with industry to discuss some flexibility on total volume in particular, which you heard from Troy and others earlier, and where some exceptions might be warranted. So thank you for your consideration tonight.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Newberry.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else to testify online or? Okay. We're going to close the public hearing, and maybe Ms. Diamond and Director Rooney can come back and between you all and Ms. Warner. Well, I asked earlier just about one quick cleanup thing, because I was like, well, is this kind of fee, I mean, it's a right-of-way fee, but I was like, is it like a doing business fee, like, you know, in lieu of the business license? And the answer was no, you know, I just am noting, I don't think any of these people have a business license. Because, you know, I know this is all about parity and making sure that there's consistency, and I can't find a single one of these companies, Verizon, AT&T, Crown Castle, none of them are on the business license list. So then maybe that's something
I can follow up with you on that, because I think they do have business license, but
okay.
I'll follow you.
I have
Yeah,
it up to date.
I'll follow up.
Okay. Well, it's a good thing for us to check into. So perhaps could we address some of these questions? The first that were brought up during the testimony around the first was about the fiber, in the fiber that's in the right-of-way and connects to the pole, and the pole is on private land. Can we talk about? Let's talk about that.
Yeah, I'll let me set the frame, and then I'd ask Ms. Warner also to weigh in. But I think the frame that might be most helpful for you all to look at it actually came from testimony you heard from Verizon, which is this. This legislation is a compromise. And to the extent that one provider has identified a problem with our approach, our philosophical approach to this, it represents a compromise. And what I heard, and Nancy can get into the details, but what I heard the folks that testified before you here today tell you is it's not the fee. It has nothing to do with the money. It's a philosophical difference we have. And as legislators, typically the answer to philosophical differences between people is compromise legislation. And that is what we have before you today. And I'll allow Nancy with that frame to give you the detail about why this particular compromise was reached.
All right, thank you. And also, I didn't say earlier, good evening, Mayor Buck and Council. I apologize, I'm not there in person. I just want to kind of very high level, this ordinance has been in place since 2019, and since 2019, it is applied to both owners and users. So this isn't a massive switch in how the city what the city's policies have been. There is some clarification regarding how it should apply to different users of the rights of way, but it is not a shift in how the city has done this. And one of the reasons Lake Oswego presumably did this, and many other cities in Oregon have done this being imposing fees on owners of facilities and also on the entities that use those facilities, is because years ago, before wireless companies were really using the rights of way on a regular basis, wireline companies were using a strategy of having one entity own the fiber, the phone lines, whatever it may be, and a separate affiliated entity that was a service provider. And so if you had a revenue-based fee that applied only to the owners, that setup would allow the company to avoid your revenue-based fees because the owner didn't really have any revenue, maybe a little bit of lease revenue from its affiliate. The affiliate earned all the revenue in the city. So cities started doing ordinances in this manner to make sure that those who benefit from the use of the rights of way, whether they own the facilities or they lease facilities that they need to serve their customers, there's a fee associated with it. So there's no gamesmanship over the fees. So that is sort of the origin of this. And What we're trying to do, and to Ellen's point about the compromise, this has been in the city's code for wireline providers, and probably technically for wireless providers as well, but not the fee structure was only applied to small cells. But what we're trying to do is preserve that, I guess philosophy is a word I could use, and make sure it applies to the wireless folks, but we're doing it in a way that's a big compromise with this very low flat fee. So that's sort of the big picture of where this comes from. The only other thing I would say is I think that there was testimony saying that it's understandable that an entity, a wireless provider that leases a small cell in the rights of way would be considered a provider because they're leasing a small cell. And the issue seems to be the lease of the fiber. And I'm not sure why there's any difference there. In both cases, the wireless company is leasing facilities in the rights of way. They're benefiting from the rights of way in order to provide the services they provide. And again, that just fits within the context of what the city has been doing and other cities in Oregon have been doing for many years. So the compromise was, again, the $400 flat fee as a way of being consistent in charging users of the rights of way, but also responding to the wireless provider's point that they don't have the same exact physical connection of fiber that a wireline provider does, even though they do use and benefit from facilities in the rights of way. So I hope that's helpful. I'm happy to answer any questions that would help clarify a little more.
No, thank you for the clarification, and that's very helpful. And then the other item that was brought up was about the leased capacity and the statement that this would prohibit Crown Castle's business, their model, from building or operating.
If I may answer that, the case law is, and the FCC rules are very clear that the cost-based fees apply only to small wireless facilities that are installed in the rights of way. So any statement that all of your fees must be cost-based fees, including wireline fees, is incorrect, respectfully. So the lease question is, I guess the argument there is that a customer of the fiber company that has to pay $400 a year because they are using facilities in the rights of way is a prohibition. I'm not sure I see that. We are not asking Crown Castle to pay two fees. We've got two different entities that make different uses of the rights of way and generate different benefits from that use of the rights of way. And as I just explained, that's been a long-standing way that the city has addressed its use of the users of the rights of way, is that owners and users both are subject to fees, and users is another word for lessees. A lot of the wireline providers, and by the way, this happens in the electric utility world as well, lease facilities, space in other people's facilities to provide their services. So again, the lease issue is, I basically already addressed it, and I disagree with the idea that these fees must be cost-based other than ownership of small cells in the rights of way. So I disagree with the idea that imposing a fee on a completely different company that makes a different use of the rights of way is somehow a prohibition on Crown Castle.
So, Ms. Warner, just to clarify, are you saying that this argument that we heard again goes back to the $400 fee?
Yes.
Oh,
that is my
so there's not
understanding.
some other
words
item?
in her mouth. My understanding of the testimony was that the issue was that the companies that lease facilities in the rights of way have to pay $400 a year.
Okay. Well, enough said. Who wants to someone want to make a motion on this?
Can I ask a question, though, about the radio issue? The one thing I heard where I was concerned about the drafting of the ordinance was the question about the small cells having only their own equipment on them, and that providers, I think Ms. Putt talked about it, and I don't remember the exact page reference, maybe.
Page 84.
Page 84, thank you. That there's a code that says the small cell provider has to actually own all of the equipment, and that they actually allow the cell providers to put the provider's equipment in their small cell.
Okay.
That is the number one thing I heard tonight where I'm like, yeah, let's not do that wrong. So Nancy, do you know where she's talking about?
Yes, there is a provision in the existing ordinance, actually, and we didn't change this specific provision. We actually made the lease capacity section less restrictive. So this is not a change. What it says is, as a facility owner, an owner of facilities in the rights of way, you can lease your facilities to anyone you want to, as long as that person isn't adding facilities to the rights of way. Because if a person is adding facilities to the rights of way, they are now a utility operator. They now own facilities in the rights of way and need to get their own license. So this is not a restriction on, it's really just a kind of common sense idea that you are free to lease to whomever you want, but they can't piggyback on your license and install new facilities. If they install new facilities, they're subject to their own license obligations. So this is not a restriction on Crown Castle's ability to lease their facilities. It's merely saying if part of that leasing relationship requires additional facilities then that are not owned by Crown Castle, then that new person is also going to become a licensee.
No.
Doesn't disrupt the lease relationship in any way, if that makes sense.
That makes good sense. Thank you for that, Councilor Wendland.
Can you answer, why would they say in their agreement that it would prevent them from investing or upgrading their system? Is there language in our?
Well, that's what we just were talking about.
Right, but over $400? No, I mean, it's not a dollar amount, but I guess I'm asking, is there anything in this provision for anyone to become non-competitive or have a disincentive to invest in new equipment and keep us technically equal or better with the marketplace?
You want to answer? Can you answer that, Ms. Warner?
I mean, Councilor Wendland, I think your question, if I could reframe it this way, you're asking Nancy, me, Director Rooney, and Ms. Diamond, do we recommend this? And we do. I mean, is that a fair way to characterize your question? Because
I'm trying to understand why it sounds with all the testimony is that we're going to be in an uncompetitive environment compared to other cities.
I see.
And
we don't
when
get
that
the
happens, I mean, look at Oregon right now. There's no institutional money coming in here. They put a black X over Oregon. We're dying.
Okay, now I understand the question.
Now you understand. I mean, if there's no incentive for them to invest, is there anything in the language that and then the other question I had is, are we out of line with federal regulations?
I can certainly answer the second question. My legal opinion, which is informed by outside counsel, private legal advice, is absolutely clear. This package before you, we believe, is compliant with federal law. We understand the industry, some in the industry disagree. As to your first question about the very legitimate concern that you have as a policymaker, that I assume everyone has on the dais, is you've just heard threats. That's what I'm going to call them. You've just heard threats from the industry that this package, that Crown Counsel will not invest here, that maybe others won't invest here, that our regulations are going to prohibit that. I cannot tell you, Nancy cannot tell you, we cannot tell you whether or not the regulations will have that impact. We recommend passing them because they're compliant, and in terms of what the process we've gone through with the industry to understand their incentives, their business incentives, we've tried very hard to ensure that we are not de-incentivizing them. But what you heard today from industry is it's not good enough. And that's the policy question before you. Is it good enough or not? And what I can tell you is the staff that has worked on it, we feel this is a very reasonable compromise. And that is compliant with federal law, but that accomplishes your policy goals, which we understood to be, do not discourage industry from investing here. Do not allow Councilor Corrigan told me, do not allow people to use the right-of-way and not be charged for it. Those core concepts we believe are in here. Industry, some of them told you today, they disagree with that assessment. And I think that that's the choice before you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Would someone like to make a motion?
Move to adopt Resolution 2429 and enact Ordinance 2931 and 2965.
Is there a second? Okay, motion is made by Councilor Boop and seconded by Councilor Raff. Any further discussion? Just want to thank the staff, Director Rooney, Steinman, and Ms. Osnack, as well as Ms. Warner, for your outside counsel here. I think you all have worked for a very long time to come up with a good compromise with the industry based on the feedback we heard at the last meeting. We appreciate our industry partners, but we have got to work towards middle ground here and get this done. And we are definitely not going to be having another meeting on this topic. Or we'll talk about the, cost recovery model as a cost of my headache right now. Start adding that to the bill. So I appreciate all the good, all the good
Housing
work.
and utilities, not on the same agenda, but
Yeah.
you set the agenda.
Well, I thought it could be done. It was aggressive, but so thank you all for the good work. Thank you all for the good work. All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes 7-0.
Can I
Thank
make
you,
one
everyone.
last comment? I would like the investigation in by our staff to look at if there are parameters within the size of the box that we look at maximizing, and maybe there's some wiggle room that we could. I want to be supportive of getting our industry to invest in Lake Oswego so that we have top-level service for our customers.
Of course.
That's the goal. And if we have to wiggle some things on the size of the box or whatever we want to call it, let us know. But anyway.
Thank you. Sorry, I got to take another quick recess here, and then we lost our guys, too. Okay. I wasn't sure.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh. Okay, we're back in order. We are going to now adjourn the city council meeting, and I call to order the redevelopment agency meeting. And the only item of business we have is item 13.1, which is an amendment to our North Anchor DDA. And here to talk to us about this, we have Mr. Kress and Mr. Nato. Good evening to you both.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, councilors, for being here this evening and listening to our request. There are a couple of items within, and I presume maybe staff will talk through some of that. But big picture, of course, we have we're happy to have invited a partner, the NATO Development Company, into the project to help us perform in a hotel, and we've made a lot of really good progress with the hotel, with the help of, frankly, city staff, and working through and getting financing together. So we're feeling really good about the progress we've made there. And second, concerning a proposal that came up actually last year in terms of bringing more capital into the project through an acquisition of the property with a lot of conditions for performance, but increases our commitment and our alignment on the project and moves us forward with that project. So those are the two big things.
Yeah, and let me just run through quickly. There's a fifth amendment to the DDA. When UDP was here in July, they mentioned to you that they had an external investor for the multifamily property, but there was some cash flow considerations that came with that, and you directed us to go back and work with them to amend the DDA to recognize that. So in front of you tonight, we need you to approve the Fifth Amendment to the DDA, which was originally signed way back in 2020, and here's what it will do. We had in the original DDA a cash payment we were going to make to UDP at the very end of the project of $749,000. Instead, we're converting that to a loan to them to enable them to purchase the property. They'll use the first bit of it to buy the multifamily property, and that is going to close in October.
Yeah, it's coming up quick.
Yeah. And then they'll use the second bit of that to close if there's a gap with the investments that they need to make on the hotel property. The DDA includes, or the Fifth Amendment includes what we call a clawback provision, which if they fail to perform, then we get to buy the property back at the same price that they paid for it, less any actual hard costs. Like if they demolish the buildings, then we would deduct the cost of development. It does add a little complexity because the investor has to actually own the property, and so UDP will be now leasing the property from the investor, but there's terms in the Fifth Amendment to make sure that all the obligations that UDP had under the first DDA, UDP still has. And then there was some timing about the rest of the city's contributions that we've adjusted to recognize that there's going to be a bigger gap between close on the property and commencement of construction. So that's kind of the major elements of it. I know some of you have had questions. I know that between us, the four of us over here, we can answer most of those questions. So that's it.
Anyone have any questions? I just want to, reiterate our support, for the project and the good partnership that we have with UDP. And, this is the Fifth Amendment. And, just so for people who aren't as familiar, out in the community, we've maintained such good working relationship with you all and feel that you guys are doing everything, in your power to bring this unique project to Lake Oswego. And, that's one of the challenges, right? I mean, if we wanted to do a cheaply built cookie cutter project, we could probably do that, but that's not what our community wants. This is a unique project that will only be here in Lake Oswego, and so that makes it a little more challenging. And you all are turning over every stone that you can and getting real creative and bringing the financing together. And for the public, the council, as much as we trust you and like our partnership, we know we don't just take everything at his word. We have also discussed, over the course of our relationship with third parties, this environment, to make sure that the information we're receiving is in fact true, and other experts that work in your field as well have verified with us that this is a difficult environment to build in, and the headwinds that we're facing are real, and they're headwinds that everyone is facing. This isn't unique to Lake Oswego, it's not unique to UDP, and so we remain committed to this project, and the promise of the good growth and the value it will bring to current and future residents still remains. And so thank you for the continued work.
Thank you, Mayor. And if I may add, I listened to the deliberations earlier around the struggles with local control over what your city looks like. And these type of public-private partnerships where there's such a DDA, where, of course, you guys control the conditions of this land, is an example where you do have a lot of control. So this is not a situation where we're, buying some third-party land where we can go to put some cottage clusters on or something like that. We do need to put up a very specific, high-quality type of building that the city's requested for this particular site, because the city feels like it's such an important site. So that's what that's the challenge that we have accepted, and we continue to work diligently toward that, and try, make every effort to be available to you and staff in transparency of what we're doing and working hard in that direction. And I want to thank, in particular, staff for all of the efforts and hard work to help us continue to move these efforts forward, and the City Council for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Would someone like to make
Can I make a motion to extend the fifth amendment to the Laura contract?
Well, that's not exactly the word.
Where is it? Is it?
Actually,
Do you have it?
Yeah.
I don't have it.
turn the page.
Oh, it's on the other side. Oh.
Redo,
I saw
redo.
the other side. Redo, okay. Move to authorize the Laura Executive Director to sign the Fifth Amendment TDA and the city attention to review and approve an associate ground lease. I just didn't have the ground lease in there, that's all.
That's
I'm
why I looked out of my
succinct.
seat. I felt left.
Sorry,
Okay.
I flipped the page too soon.
The motion was made by Board Member Windland and seconded by Board Member Corrigan. All right, any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you, yeah.
Thanks for hanging out. I know that was so short. We could have started with that. All right, with that, we're going to.
Worth it.
Mayor Buck.
Oh, sorry. Oh. Counselor Afghan.
Oh.
We were hoping you'd say something.
You went a little too fast for me.
Oh, no.
That's all right, though. I had a question for Mr. Kress with UDP. Mr. Kress, I thought you did an awesome job bringing NATO investment into the equation. That was a great addition, making the progress of funding the project definitely moving forward. And then with the another investment, the 1031 exchange, I also thought that was innovating and brilliant. So that also helps moving the project forward. One of the things I was under the impression was that the terms and condition of the contract would stay the same. But as the city manager just explained, the terms are shifting, changing. And I had a couple of questions for you. First question is, with the loan being forgiven, instead of end of construction, now it's at financing to be in place. What kind of incentive do you have to finish the job or start the construction and finish the job when we had that $750,000 as an incentive for you to get the job done? Does my question make sense?
Yeah, yes, I think so.
So that's, I have two questions. That's question number one, if you would be sharing your thoughts with us on that topic.
Yes. So First of all, our incentive to start construction is that we're still under the obligations through the DDA to start construction. Otherwise, the city will take the property, and of course, our DDA will expire. So all the same incentives. In fact, we even have more incentive to start than we did prior because we'll have a lot more money within the project. After we start construction, we will, in order to finance to secure the debt, primarily the debt part. In order to secure the debt, we will have to sign on a completion guarantee and a number of agreements that will require us to guarantee that we're going to complete the project. Those come with a lot of teeth, and are, I don't know, probably about as strong of an incentive as I can imagine in terms of once you start construction. At least.
They're going to take my firstborn son, signing a personal guarantee to complete the hotel.
Yes.
Don't tell Will.
Yeah, I was going to say, is that why he's not here tonight?
He's got a baby. My first grandson.
Congratulations.
Yay. So it's the fourth William.
Oh, man.
After my dad, Bill.
Oh, wow.
So that's where he is. He's on paternity leave, and Dad is doing all his work for him.
Doing a pretty good job.
That's great.
Nicely done, Dad and Grandpa.
Thank you.
So yes, we'll have personal guarantees that generally exceed what would be in an agreement with the city. We'll have personal guarantees with our lender.
Okay, thank you for answering that. The second question is a hypothetical question that I'm hoping we never, ever have to hear that. What happens if UDP decides to close shop and move on? What are the legal obligations with other entities, and who is going to be stepping forward?
Yeah, so if the concern is the completion of the project, in terms of the, yes. Okay. In terms of completion of the project, similar response, well, I like to say 70% of the work of development happens before you get a shovel in the ground, and a big part of that 70% of the work is mitigating the contingency that the project won't get finished, because that's the worst outcome for everyone who's invested in the project. So a lot of that work is beyond entitlements and whatnot, is doing whatever we need to satisfy lenders and investors, equity investors, that we're going to see it through and deliver a economically successful project, meaning complete it. If a developer shuts down in the United States, if a developer shuts down and is unable to complete, typically what will happen is the bank will put, if you want to get technical about it, they'll put a receiver in place, and that receiver is typically an experienced development company that's capable of completing the project, and the bank will finance the remainder of the costs of the project. That is something they think about when they try to determine how much leverage or how much debt they're going to provide, is to make sure they have the capacity to complete the project if the owner or developer is not able to complete. So from their standpoint, the way they typically look at these is would we own this if we needed to own it? Would we complete it if we needed to complete it? So that's, as a practical matter, how it happens. This is all development is an entrepreneurial endeavor, so failures do happen out there. So there's no way to completely 100% mitigate that risk, and there are processes in place to provide for that situation.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mayor, 7-0 is still good to go.
Oh, thank God. Thanks, Councilor Afghan. Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen.
We're shaken.
With that, we are going, this concludes the Lake Oswego Redevelopment Agency portion of the meeting. I'm going to call back to order the City Council meeting. And I just want to give a public greeting to Laurel Hawkins, our new City Recorder. So glad to have you on board. You were here at the last meeting, but now this is, your first kind of official meeting. And of course, then I also want to give great gratitude and thanks to Ms. Ono, who has been, is a key part of the city manager's office, and not just the city manager's office, but just a key person in the community in general, but who has really stepped up and has been filling in as the city recorder in this interim, and without whom we would have been really up a creek these past few months, and who does so much already and taking on the additional responsibility. It's not lost on any of us how much you have done, and now are helping, you're giving great guidance to Ms. Hawkins, who I hope you know how fortunate you are to be learning under Ms. Ono. But again, we just want to really, on behalf of the council, give you our sincere thanks for everything you have been doing over these past months. And we see how much it is. Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Does anyone else have any updates? Council, Ms. Bennett? I don't.
You know, I have, I'm sorry, I actually have a substantive item, which is a council discussion or authorization.
Thank you, gentlemen.
To send a letter to the Environmental Protection Agency about their recommendation that they eliminate the endangerment finding, which is what underpins all the work around tying climate change to human health. So I don't know, is Ms. Watson still?
Oh.
I feel super badly for Miss Watson, has not been feeling super well.
Oh my gosh. Oh.
And she got to sit through right of way, and she got to sit through housing. And Miss Watson, do you want to give a quick report on the, very quick though, these guys are tired and cranky.
Yep, I will keep it as succinct as I can, and thank you for your time. Good evening, councilors and mayor. Amanda Watson, Sustainability Program Manager. So this letter for your consideration, as Martha said, would be related to the EPA's proposal to rescind this 2009 endangerment finding, essentially a determination that greenhouse gases are air pollutants that threaten human health and therefore should be regulated under the Clean Air Act. The EPA is accepting public comments on the proposed rule, which would also eliminate federal greenhouse gas emissions for motor vehicles through September 22nd. So we're asking that the City Council for your approval to submit a comment letter that would oppose this proposed rule, because it would likely limit our ability to meet Lake Oswego's adopted climate action goals. Basically, federal action to limit greenhouse gas emissions that drive climate change is needed to address some of those biggest sources of emissions, in particular transportation, because state and local governments are preempted through the Clean Air Act from regulating that in the same way ourselves. So the effect, if the EPA's proposal would be to pass, is that the EPA would no longer have the authority to regulate greenhouse gas emissions, particularly for transportation, but also for motor vehicles, also for things like power plants. And that would mean that cities and states would have no further ability to do so, but we would still be left with the need to respond to climate change and bear those costs of climate pollution in our communities. So the proposed letter that I understand Martha shared with you does three things. It points out that the EPA's proposal contradicts the well-established broad scientific consensus on the impacts of climate change on human health and welfare, which has only gotten stronger since that finding in 2009. It provides examples of some of the climate impacts that Lake Oswego is experiencing, like extreme heat and damaging winter storms that will continue to escalate if we don't see economy-wide action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And then the letter talks about the importance of reducing emissions from the transportation sector in particular. So I think this is a really important opportunity for local governments like ourselves who would be impacted by this to put comments on the record here. We have heard from a lot of other peer jurisdictions that are doing the same, and advice from organizations like the Urban Sustainability Directors Network that this would be helpful in building the administrative record, and ideally that the EPA would take comments into effect in considering whether or not to move the proposal forward as well. So I'll leave it there and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Watson. Councilor Afghan, do you have a question?
Not regarding this topic. I wanted to give an update on the community resilience and health.
Okay, we'll come right back. Well, does anyone have any questions? I thought the letter was great. And Okay, yeah, thank you, Ms. Watson, for writing it, for bringing this to our attention. Spot on. Everyone good sending the letter? Okay, thank you. And thanks for being here
Thank
through
you
the
very
meeting.
much.
Thank you,
Thanks,
good
of
job.
course.
Okay, Counselor Afghan. Crab.
Yes, the team, as part of the forming and storming, they're reviewing the mission and the vision of what they're supposed to be doing. There are some refinement that they will be trying to get on the city council agenda to bring it forward for approval. Thank you.
Yes, we will have that in the fall, the crab. Thank you. Speaking of crab, all of us. Crab, the community, crab, the crab board. Crab. The new board, it's the crab. Is that great? Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you. Thank you. Bye, Counselor Afghan.
Thank you. Bye-bye.